All right. Hi. Hello. It's me. Um I had a new intro that I did cuz I hated the old one, but now I don't remember what it was. So hi, it's me the Wraith. This is from the tabletop. We should say hello. Who's here? Lots of people are here today actually. We have where's my uh red you're not red line anymore. What are you now?
Red line doesn't matter.
Okay, great. Red line. It's you. Um your local N7,
Was it?
Chasix,
Hi there.
Hawkeye 4124. Is that the right way to say your numbers?
No, but that's fine. Hi.
Okay, great. And I'm a ginger. It's 74. Is that right? I don't remember what the number was. He's here somewhere. Um, great. So there are a lot of us here, and we've finished kind of sort of this is the I guess end of a like sort of a chapter ish of what's going on. So we're gathering all together to kind of take stock and see what we're doing next. So, with that said, let's kind of go through where we are. So currently, the ship that you're in, the Horizons of Infinite Correlation, this massive city ship thing, is docked, anchored, sitting on the ground outside of the city of Newwater Nest. You've been here. Let's see. I have this timeline written down because we figured it out sort of in our last session. That wasn't really a session. So it's been basically about a week since that big attack with the Ebon Armada, where they captured Lelish, the Velmiri advisor in the city here, and you all went on this wild chase through the city as they were all trying to escape. And then I believe you killed them all, or most of them. So that was about a week ago. Since then, Mathos convinced Riklos to join on the ship. And then three of you went on a little mission back to Third Shoulder. You discovered some things and brought back some more refugees that you found there. Brack and Ornn had gone out into the wilds with Kinnarenth on another little journey. They've basically just gotten back, so they are in fact back. I believe it was Mathos that got someone to talk to Riklis to call in, who ended up calling in some favors and got another ship captain, Askham Tantor, to take her ship and go find them, and brought them back, and it was very convenient and nice for them. Since they were in not the best shape, right? Is that a thing that happened to you guys? Sounds right.
Yeah, didn't they get fucked up by bird dinosaurs?
Yeah, we definitely weren't in the best shape.
Yeah, there's the bird dragons, and then the Lycan cubs, and then you fought some people, and some weird things happened. And then also in the time since then, Iridia's been wandering around the ship doing some things. And then Mathos and Fawit were interrogating your captive.
I forgot about that dude.
Kolvar. So he's still in the brig somewhere. Yeah. So basically, it's kind of the day that Ornn Ornn and Kinnarenth all got back because they were over there. Their mission sort of ended in the middle of the night, and they got taken back. So they've just arrived, in the morning of this day that we're on right now. And so there's been you're basically scheduled to, have a meeting all together. And
What the fuck?
oh, what's going on? Am I missing something?
Joe got dressed up for the occasion.
I did.
Oh yeah. Wait, where did you? Oh hell
It's
yeah.
in the.
Yeah, you like that, huh?
Oh, I wish I knew how to put this on the stream. um, yeah. So, yeah. So there's basically we've all gotten together and decided that you should have a meeting to discuss what's going on, what's coming next. And other than that, the other important thing that has happened, we were supposed to do like a little mini session with this, but then it never happened. And I couldn't think of a super interesting thing to do anyway. So one of the things that is true that has happened, Zahida, you met with Kintelstrahl, the Bohemian
Yes, I
kind of leader
definitely
guy
did
here. It certainly happened. So he got you to meet up with an agent of his that came in from Marshall's Cloak, which is the next here, if this is helpful at all. Oh wow, this is different. Where's my maps? There it is. So you're here in Tojeth, which is where Third Shoulder and, well, sort of ruined Third Shoulder and Newwater Nest are. Marshall's Cloak is over here on
ruins.
Tovoln. So one of his agents, named Helborin, a Pocken woman, he sort of recalled her from Marshall's Cloak. She was sort of the leader of what was going on over there. And he basically was facilitating her transfer to your ship as someone who would operate the sending plate that
the
you
sending
all
plate.
retrieved from Third Shoulder. So I'm
We're
pretty
gonna
sure
be really good friends with him and all of his.
yeah, I'm pretty
not
sure this was an
spies.
agreement that I'm not just making up, that you did actually come to, that he was going to put the sending plate on your ship, which is like a
Yes.
big deal.
Originally, he was gonna try and do it like secretly, and then we were kind of like, we could just be friends.
Right. That's right.
And then he was like, well, okay.
So he's sending Helbora on the ship, sort of assigning her to the ship to operate that sending plate.
I love that for us.
She is she's a Pocken woman. I think, did I put her on the document? I did. So she is in your in the factions and characters document, where it has all your NPC crew at the top. She is listed there. Female Pocken. She's kind of quiet. She's someone who's like clearly seen some stuff. And actually the way that Kintelstrahl kind of deals with her and talks with her, even in the way that he's talking to Zahida about her, you see this very kind of interesting and maybe unexpected kind of an endearment, I guess, that he wants to make sure that she's taken care of here.
Sure.
In not quite like a paternal way. Not necessarily. I mean, he's older, but I don't know. But it's that
Sibling,
kind of,
maybe.
sure. It's that kind of vibe that he sort of wants to make sure that she's taken care of, and like I think in there you do get a little bit of the sense of that he sort of is reassigning her from Marshall's Cloak, where it is more kind of dangerous for the Bohemians, and so this is something that he is um uh, sort of working on the assumption that this is going to be kind of a more, like, I guess, an easier sort of assignment for her. Um,
Safer.
yeah, sure. Something to that effect. So there's that kind of gone into this. But when she meets you, she's very professional, and she's very you know, you can tell that she's competent. She knows what she's doing, but she is also very kind of reserved and at times a little distant. Um, but
I
she's
love
there.
that. Can't wait to crack that shell then.
She's there to, kind of do her thing. I think also in some of that conversation, um, he Kent is trying to impress upon you the, um, I guess, the amount of, like, care and secrecy that should go into how you're dealing with the sending plate. Because they're very very rare things. The Bohemians are actually the only ones that have these, and that's sort of how their whole, like, information network operates. And they
Got
like
it.
to keep it as secret as possible. So
Do
they
you
want
hear
to make
that, Iridia? That means you need to keep a secret, and you can't tell the first person you meet that we have this thing.
incredible. Um, so yeah, he wants to sort of impress on you the importance of an amount of secrecy, and kind of making sure you can trust people about it,
Got it.
and all that jazz. Um, so to that point, we should probably figure out where you're setting that up. Um, this is my nice little diagram of the ship here. It's very beautiful. A lot of time went into crafting it. Um, and there is also, for anyone, I guess, for the people who weren't here uh, in the last session, which was just two of you. If you go into the handout, the Horizons of Infinite Correlation, there's two useful links in that page. I mean, that page is useful in general, but there's the link at the top to the World Anvil page, that has descriptions of the ship, and descriptions of rooms and stuff aboard the ship that are good and important. And then there's also the link to the factions and character page, which is the one I just mentioned. So that has lists of um, basically all the people that you know, uh, organized by the faction they're a part of, including a bunch of people that are aboard your ship.
Got it.
So, any ideas about where you want to put this? And other people are free to chime in here with suggestions as well if you feel so led.
Can we maybe, if we're trying to keep this like super, originally I would have said something like just the main, like, I don't like the bridge or like something like that. But if we're trying to keep this secret, I feel like we could find maybe a spot for it. Like
Yeah. Do
there's like a
you?
room off a room or something.
Yeah, I mean, uh, there's not a lot that you have. So basically the most kind of quote unquote known part of the ship right now is the keep, which is this sort of the part I have in gray here on the little terrible diagram. That's, that's where your meeting room is. That's where your rooms are. The armory's in there, the crew quarters, the crew bunk rooms, yeah, that kind of thing is all in there. So that's a little bit more of a kind of a controlled space. um you might be able to find something a little more secluded in Foundation, but that is a much less kind of known space. There are, especially the further into Foundation you go, the weirder things get. There's definitely people that have gotten turned around, like down there, they swear they're going, remember the way to go, and they get messed up. And at this point, you are also all aware of the what people are referring to as the Remnant, which is this sort of weird magical thing that Iridia's had some run-ins with. I'm sure there are other random people that have had run-ins with it. It is a sort of weird collection of leftover kind of magical malevolent energy that is roaming around down in the Foundation somewhere. So that's great.
Mathos, what do you think about maybe keeping this thing in the captain's suite until we maybe have a more secure, like, communications room or something?
Yeah, sure.
So I feel like people wouldn't just barge into the captain's suite. You know what I
They
mean?
That's a good
fucking
point.
better not. They know their place on my ship.
And you've got like Rickless, like is clearly like loyal to you kind of thing. So I feel like they would tell you if someone like snuck into the.
Yeah, I think the Correlation Guard is fairly loyal to us as well. Am I
Mhm.
wrong in thinking that?
No,
Because
you are not.
because Rickless is kind of their captain.
Correct. They are listed as loyalty +2 currently.
Oh,
So
sweet. Yeah, no, I'm good with that until we find a more secure, kind of quiet location.
cool.
We just like cover it. We could just put a sheet over it, like they.
Oh
I'll
hell
hide
yeah.
it under my
No one will
mattress.
You
know.
got it. Yeah, I mean, because the captain suite in there, has do I have it listed as having a couple rooms in it? And
Yeah.
last I heard, Mathos is really only using one.
Well,
One corner of
Yeah.
one room, even.
that you guys know of. I've been busy.
All right, cool. So that's fun. Okay, so that's that. Brack and Ornn are back. Okay, so let's do this. So the other kind of important the other one of the other important people I'll make note of here, in preparation to do, we're gonna have someone roll the trade move, because we're kind of at the end of this section here in Newwater Nest. So Tongus Bakongus, one of the best names that has ever been come up with in a
Fuck yeah.
fantasy property, is the Hothenboren, who is basically the chair of the merchants. Um, what am I calling it? The merchant corps. Um, they they're yeah, so they're kind of the chair of that, so they would be your kind of contact to the rest of the merchant corps. Um, so if you look on the Horizons handout, there is the trade move. So we're gonna have somebody roll this. If anybody wants to volunteer, this is the we're not necessarily like leaving the settlement like right now, but we're probably about to. So this is the move when you leave a settlement after spending a suitable amount of time there to see how trade efforts have fared. Roll plus quality of merchant core. Take additional modifiers as follows. You have spent well, it's not more than a few weeks. I'll give you the +1 because you've been here for a bit. I don't know. It's quite
Yeah, we helped a lot of
a few
people and
weeks. Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. So I'll give you the +1 from that, and then the quality of your merchant core is +1. So this would be a 2d6 +2, and then we'll find out how it goes. I'll say, since this is like a general ship roll, I'm not going to give everybody XP if you would happen to fail this, specifically because it's for everybody. But so don't go rolling this
We should all get XP then, right?
expecting you to get some XP if you fail. I don't know if that's how that works, but
We should just level right now, actually.
Been long enough, right?
Yeah, level 20. Let's go.
Level 20.
I don't think this even goes up to level 20, but any volunteers? Who wants to do it?
I
Yes.
feel like I feel like Zahida's lucky. I feel like
Me?
Zahida's got the
Oh
hot.
my
Yeah, I
God,
feel
I
like
should-
Zahida's got the hot
2d6
hand.
plus 2. I'll roll it.
Okay.
Yeah, go captain.
Captain
Yeah,
roll. Captain roll.
captain
All
of the
right.
ship.
If you screw this
And-
up,
Here we go. That's a
Oof.
7.
middle of
Hey,
the road.
it could have been
Less than that.
could have been worse. All right, on a 7 to 9, the merchants have fared serviceably. Wow, I can talk with my words. You are just barely able to pay your crew. Your merchants and paid crew gain 1 loyalty. Your party receives D20 coins as your cut of the profits, it's not a lot, which is on purpose. Okay, so you're currently fantastic. All right, so you let me add 13 gold or coins or whatever. So that's you're now up to you have so much.
Well, it's a good thing that we had adequate gold to pay these people, because there's enough
So
of them
many.
at this point that we would have been murdered.
Yeah. So your sky sailors are paid crew, so they're going up to +1. Your merchant corps are part of that, so they're going up to +2 loyalty. Should we keep a track for your other? Maybe we should just keep a track for your other. Kind of other people.
I mean, let's be
I
real.
assumed, weren't they all? I just assumed they were all paid. Are they not?
So the way I negotiated their contracts,
Okay, captain.
basically, they are getting the exposure
Oh my God, you're paying them an
for being
exposure?
on our ship and
Oh my
and
We are
running their own
scumbags.
merchant sort of
Oh,
chambers,
my
and they're in
lord.
charge of all their own taxes and everything. And we take a very minimal cut.
Exposure. Exposure.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, yeah. It's the way, yeah, because the merchant corps are basically kind of paying for themselves by being on the ship. Your paid crew are definitely your sky sailors. Are we?
Yeah, but so correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of those are new hires, so they're getting like
a few
minimum wage.
A few of your sky sailors are new hires. A good handful of them had been around since you sailed off to because there was a point where you sailed off to the temples and then back and then over to Third Shoulder where you crashed the ship.
I make sure to retweet the Traders Guild page so that they get more exposure.
They appreciate that. +1 loyalty.
Yeah.
So I forget if we had addressed this last time. Are the Correlation Guard paid? I know they had started as volunteers. But I can't remember if Mathis and Brack, if we had talked about paying them in the last session.
I don't know that
Wasn't-
we did.
Wasn't the whole
Because-
point though that you offered them? You were like, "Listen, this is a shit job that you're doing, and you don't deserve to be put in this position. You could do way better with us." Wasn't that the
Yeah.
whole?
Yeah, it was.
So, I mean, regardless,
listen,
we still managed to pay our crew, didn't we? So
Yeah.
I
Yes,
may
yeah.
or may not have broken the economy of this game.
I mean, it's been broken for a long time. Okay, so we'll call them +1, or well, so now they're up to +3. And the moves you made in the last session also finally brought them up to +1 quality. With the equipment.
I do think I did stipulate that, like, if we go on like missions and bring back loot, they all get a percentage.
Did he? I don't remember any of that, but because
I thought I did with, maybe it was Rickless that I did, but or
okay,
or
that could
the
be
other I don't remember her name. I'll have to look it up.
What's
Okay.
the squire? What's our little squire's name?
Javin.
Javin. That's right.
Horizon.
He's on there, right? Yeah, he's on there. It's Freakles' little squire. Okay, so that's that. So yeah, so your merchants have done okay. So you're able to pay your crew and everything. So people are pleased with that. You didn't make an overabundance of money off of it. Because one of the towns here is basically destroyed, and you're in the middle of this giant kind of refugee shanty town, out on the edge of Newwater Nest here. So there's not a ton of people with a ton of money to throw around, but your merchants have made it work. And you've been I think Brack, we discussed that you've been helping with medical things, the kind of the repair bay in the hangar on the bottom of the ship was sort of set up as this triage thing. So you've been helping refugees there, and all that. There's been a good number of people that are especially in the last like day or two. I mean, Brack and Ornn coming back from your thing. There's definitely more people wandering around than you remember. And so there's new faces that are appearing, and appearing as people who seem to know what they're doing around the ship, which is fun and interesting. But yeah, okay, so let's get into our little meeting here. So this is in, if you're curious, if you want to read the description of this great room, where is it? It's the the aptly named meeting hall in the keep. So this is basically right in the main kind of quote unquote ground level of the keep, right off of the kind of the main top deck. It's got this big table in the middle, and kind of seating up and around it. But the one of the things that I want to ask here is kind of who is in your kind of round table here. Who are the people that, if you're calling this meeting to talk about who what's going on, what's coming next, all of that kind of stuff, who is in that group? If I mean, you can look through the list.
I mean,
On the character
probably
sheet.
Rickless and Helbora, right?
So what sorry, I was talking to my wife. What's the question here?
The question is kind of who's in your round table here? Like, who are the people that, if you're putting together this meeting, deciding things about what's going on the ship, who is given a seat at that table, basically?
Other than us PCs?
I mean, other than the PCs, yeah.
Rickless.
Yeah, sure. I would say Rickless. Probably
Jenna.
Yeah, Kenna for sure.
Oh, I forgot about her.
And
did Kennerenth come back with them? Is he like on our ship?
Kennerenth is back with Brack and Ornn.
Yeah.
Probably Helbora, because she's our spy for the. I mean, we probably don't tell people that, but she's kind of our spy. She's the Bohemians' spy, I guess.
Well, yeah. I mean, she is a joint spy for you and the Bohemians at this point. Yeah.
Right.
She's an informant.
So that makes what, 4 at least?
Yeah.
Rickless, Jenna,
So did you say?
Kenarant,
So you okay? You did say Jinna. I just want to make sure you said Jinna and not Kinna. I've done a good job.
Probably Nylarinthi.
Okay.
I would think.
Yeah, I mean she's the head of your crafters group basically.
Look at us making our little round, our Arthur's table.
It's great. I love it. I will say, Tongus Bakongus wants to be there. I think if you're not giving them a seat at the table, that's probably like a bit of a thing. But they want to be there as a representative for the interests of the merchant corps. I mean, you can decide
okay.
if you're doing that or
Yeah,
not, but
we
Well, then that's
realistically, yeah, we should probably have like whichever people are our contacts for each group. They are probably the ones we invite.
Yeah. That's what I was kind of looking through. Rickless for the guards. Inarinth, because we've known him pretty much the longest.
I mean, yeah, for some of you, literally the first person you met here.
Yeah, Nylarinthi for the crafting quarter.
Hmm?
She's a blacksmith, right?
Yeah.
Tongus for the merchants.
Albora for the Bohemians.
Yeah, that seems pretty solid.
Okay. Do you have is Yuki there?
Don't know who that is.
I mean, he's pretty new.
Sure. I mean, I would assume part of that is dependent on kind of the nature of the agreement you made with them.
Yeah, no, I mean, probably. Yeah, I think he would have to be.
Okay.
Yuki is our quartermaster, guys.
Oh, okay, great. I didn't even know we had a quartermaster.
We also have an armory now. He's the
Surprise.
keeper of the armory.
Great. Okay. Sick.
And our blacksmith.
Our other blacksmith.
Learning all sorts of new things. Can we can we get can we highlight the the names of the people that we have
that's a great idea. That's a great way to do this.
So that we know for sure who we have.
Highlight. What color should we highlight them in?
Yellow.
Yellow. There we go. All right, Rickless.
Oh.
Nope. Jenna. Nylarinthi. This is a much better way to do this anyway than writing it on a note card for myself. Tongus Bakongus. Elbora. And Yuki Bemlid Rekuali. Okay. So all of these people are seated around this table. This is well, to read from my description, a great circular table carved with strange patterns rests in an open area at the center of the room. There's a giant, the hulking shape of some mangled chandelier type fixture hangs high above the table. In this big hall, there's these kind of tattered tapestries. Some of them are
the tapestries.
preserved. Some of them are not. Yeah, so excuse me. So Rickless is probably the one that is kind of the person giving you your kind of report, so to speak. But yeah, otherwise, Jinna's here. If you haven't seen much of her, she's Rickless's older sister. So Rickless is like early 30s, she's like late 30s. Both of them are tan skin, blonde hair. She's, she's there, probably got her sleeves rolled up. Um, uh, and Rickless is there in this very nicely kept kind of uniform ish
Right, they got uniforms.
thing. They, it's they're a little thrown together, but Rickless is he's definitely making sure that everyone's keeping everything, their buttons are all shined and collars are all straight and pressed or whatever. Kinnarenth is there. Bridge is probably sitting down around his feet. He's like absentmindedly like scratching behind her ear plates or something. Nylarenthi is there. A barblish woman. And she's probably looking like she came straight out of the forge. She's definitely been working closely with Yuki since he's been there. They're working to outfit your Correlation Guard people. But she's there, so she's probably a little sweaty. Actually, they probably she and Yuki probably came in together. So Yuki is a Kobeshi, which I'm trying to think if any of you. I know Ornn has seen Kobeshi. Actually, a couple Kobeshi, which is even more strange. I'm not sure that any of the rest of you have seen any Kobeshi. But they are rather tall. Their skin is this sort of like almost like leathery, papery color. Nope, that's the wrong one. They don't speak with words. They speak through movement, almost like a dance. They their legs are sort of like almost like sort of wooden and bird like. They have sort of horns kind of growing / spiraling off of the side of their head, and they're almost sort of like twiggy hair and stuff. Yuki Bemli Drekawali is I mean, for any of you for the one of you that has seen other Kobeshi, he is unique in that he is Kobeshi are pretty like spindly for as tall as they are. They're pretty lanky, but he, even in being lanky like that, is like pretty like tightly like muscled. Not like bulky, but in like a sort of like mountain climber Bruce Lee type way. Some of the growth and stuff on their horns is a little singed, and their horns have these cool patterns in them. So they probably came in together, looking like they're sort of fresh out of the forge, out of the workshop. Helbora came in, and is probably sitting off, maybe slightly separate with a couple chairs between her and other people. This little Pokken woman. Tongus Pakongus is there. She and her person head and animal head both are female, are probably like chatting to each other, and talking about things that are going on. So that's your kind of round table. So Rickless, once everyone's kind of gathered, Rickless gets up and he there's a person that kind of runs in, sort of jogs in, really, person with some semblance of a different kind of sort of uniform-ish thing, with a big sort of bag slash kind of pack thing slung over their shoulders. He kind of whispers a few things to them and they run out the door. And he gets up to address the group, and says some sort of slightly awkward, but attempted official sounding, attempted a greeting, but he doesn't really know what that is in this kind of a context, but is trying to be really sort of like, I guess, sort of military about it, and official. But he explains, just to give us sort of a overview of the situation, that there continues to be a growth in the kind of segment of the population in Newwater Nest that is disgruntled with the presence of the Horizons and everybody aboard it. There was an incident that Iridia was involved in, trying to quell a little bit, where there was a bit of a scuffle down in the hangar where the sort of merchants have their stuff set up. And I believe Iridia made some kind of a promise-ish sort of thing that you would be kind of scooting off here soon, as people were becoming more and more displeased with your presence here and some of the things that have happened. Seeing your kind of work as a negative, having a negative impact on the town, for one reason or the other. Some of these people that you run into, and whatnot. So
We
that's,
saved these people. They should be.
I mean, you could certainly think that. I mean, there are also people, you're sort of poaching population from them. You were involved in things where you were chasing people through the streets and that kind of stuff, and and you showed up in this giant ship, and now all
It's
these
like when the
crazy
Avengers
things are,
destroy all of
yeah,
New York City.
exactly, yeah. So
Great.
that's some of the sentiment that's been building. There's also some wacky
We'll
things
just
going
liberally
on.
fire the cannons as we leave. And
Oh
remind them
yeah,
what we
great.
could have done.
Just
Fucking obliterate this
spray
entire
it in the
town.
dirt, yeah. There's
Sorry,
also
Sequesi, the people that live in
bunch
your
of
town
jerks.
suck ass.
Yeah, there's also been some wacky things going on with the ship itself. Iridia, maybe you can say or not say kind of some of the things that you have discovered
In the town itself, or
in the
like when I
ship.
was in the bowels of the ship?
Yes.
I
Tell us
I
about your
remember it,
bowels.
but only like vaguely. But I remember having,
As if a
essentially
dream.
being yeah,
The vague
right.
bowel movement.
As if it was like a millennia ago, yeah.
I mean, yeah, it
And
kind of was, but
yeah. So no, but I would relay that, yes, I was in the bowels of the ship, and not only did I meet a malevolent creature, but I actually met a benevolent creature as well.
so you are talking about this experience with everyone?
Yes.
Are you just saying this now for the first time at this meeting, or have you talked about this before?
I think I did talk about it before.
Okay. Because I know there was a point at which you were kind of going back, sort of more or less secretly without telling people. But if you've since then been talking about it. Yeah, so basically what Iridia had discovered was what's listed on the ship page as the Mind Grove.
Ew.
And this creature in there that's this giant It is a creature the size of a
yeah.
large cart,
I
made
s-
mostly of stone, grafted through with its metal and growing with threads of wood. Its hulking back is arched like the shell of some kind of arched like a shell of some kind, falling to a snout-like face on one end, and a long tail trailing off the other tip with a pure green light. It speaks with a telepathic voice, musical in quality, but somehow just shy of being perfectly organic in tone and cadence. It identifies itself simply as the ship, as the Horizons of Infinite Correlation, which as yet is in some manner of slumbered state. And Brack will also be able to speak to this a little bit, having some direct experience with it. Basically, the ship has been trying to sort of wake up, but can't quite fully. So there are weird, kind of anomalous things happening here and there on the ship. Brack, if you, I don't know if you've relayed your experience at all, which in this context would have happened probably like this morning.
Yeah, he would have talked about it, but I don't remember it.
Me, the person.
We just did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you had
All
gone
I wrote
looking.
down was I awoke something.
You did
Drums
that.
in the deep.
Drums in the deep. Basically, you had gone looking for a place to set up an infirmary, and gotten accidentally sort of like teleported through time and space or something, and saw some crazy visions. You actually, one of the visions that you sort of passed through there was a vision of the mine grove on this ship. Um, and then also into this kind of strange and like massively larger sort of version of that, where there are these huge just like mountainous versions of that kind of creature sitting around this pool with this upside down, just absolutely monstrous tree trailing water into this giant pool that sort of kind of rose up and saw you. So that was fun. And the seeing all of these in a row, and I forget if I even said this was a part of your vision or not, but there's a type of kind of sort of structural and visual correlation that you can identify between the mine grove on this ship, whatever it was that you saw, and also that room in the temple of the Kankerson's cartographer. There's something that kind of rhymes about the way those things are set up, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that, and part of what the Horizons, the creature, said to Iridia was that there are two things that could help repower the mine grove and therefore the ship, and those were the blood of a Toberon and the heart of our cartographer. So there's that.
Jesus, yeah, just the easiest,
Mhm.
super easy ingredients.
Yeah. No.
I mean, if we dig down far enough, we'll find the blood, right?
Oh, I know where some's at.
Is it where Scott
Well, I
crashed
don't
that
know
ship
if
into
I
a
don't know if
into a
my
city?
I don't know if
You
my
know
character
that.
knows, but I personally, De La Me knows.
De La Me.
Yeah, so that's that. So then the next thing after some discussion of that, unless there's anything else that anybody wants to say or
Maybe
ask.
we should just just like telling people, maybe try and avoid that area for now.
The
Just in
mine
case.
grove.
Yeah.
I mean, Iridia has found that as a, because especially as she was having some run-ins with the remnant, that's that malevolent force she was talking about. The mine grove was definitely a sort of a haven spot in the middle of all that. So,
also, report anytime you get teleported fucking somewhere. Report that.
Any other
If
strange?
you TP somewhere, say something.
No.
Yeah. You see something, say something.
One of the next things that happens in this meeting is that person in the uniform who for the sake of identifiability, this is one of the couriers who now is a person who operates on the ship.
Yay.
One of several. They come in with a little pocken man. And this pocken man is if anyone would recognize him, this is Sorrel, sort of middle-aged, dark skin with white quills with blue tips. He walks in. He's sort of a little bent over, like the way someone would be who spends a lot of time looking at books.
Is he the one that got all scared when we were talking about the
yes. Yes.
The tapestries and shit?
Mm-hmm. He is one of the he's one of the advisors to the commuter here in Newwater Nest. He's regarded as a bit of a quack by some of the other people of the other advisors. But he claims to be someone who is well researched in legends and some things of the cartographer's nature. But he comes back in bearing a big sort of folded up thing. And you soon recognize it, specifically Zahida, as the tapestry from this room that you sent with him to say, like, hey, can you take a look at this and see what you can figure out about it? So
is he here on behalf of the commuter, or is he coming? Like, is he with us on the ship?
No, he's coming to sort of report his findings, basically.
Okay.
Is what he explains to you, and returns the tapestry, sort of spreads it out on the table so he can sort of point some things out. He goes on this whole sort of thing, about all the things he was finding and looking at his books and his legends and things like that. You get the sense that his reputation as a quack is well earned. Like, he clearly doesn't really know all the things he's talking about, and probably has some incorrect information and things like that. But he points out a couple things in this tapestry specifically. He points out some iconography that is reminiscent of like a sun of some kind, and he goes on this whole diatribe about, like, clearly is representing the the morning, or the the day, and goes on this whole thing, which you probably understand as a bit not really there. Those of you who were on the Wilds mission, Bracken, Ornn, and Kinnarenth, probably are pretty easily able to put together the kind of similarity between the iconography there and the ones that you have seen with the Galewalker Zealots, leading you to believe that this has some representation toward the noon one, the cartographer you are the one you accidentally woke up in Third Shoulder, and that has been doing some things out in the wilds a little bit. Mm-hmm.
Do other people know that we have, like, seen cartographers up close and like, we've fought cartographers?
I mean, have you told people?
Have we, like, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Is it like, do other people think that is this the only man in this entire world who believes that the cartographers actually exist? Or are other people like,
Sagrivada knows that we did it. It's the only way I got him to come.
That's definitely true. Yeah, I mean, I think on the
Are these like
whole,
are these so like are they legends? Is this stuff that's like, oh, we use that story to scare the kids kind of thing? Like,
I think there
or is
there
it
is a
more like,
large portion of the population that is more of that persuasion, that thinks the cartographers are
okay,
some kind of legend. Uh, I'm sure some people have some sort of crazy beliefs about them, uh, that kind of thing. But on the whole, um, yeah, I think there's not a whole lot of stock put in talk about the cartographers
okay.
as things
So
that exist.
so Brack, you told somebody then that we've fought and killed at least two, right?
Yeah. Sagruvata was gonna leave, and was talking about the noon one, and I basically exploded at him and told him I just need to know if we're gonna have to kick another one's ass because I'm tired of it. Uh, and he was like, "Sorry, what?" And then him and his
Okay,
little cult came back with
interesting.
us from our mission.
Yeah, so that's another group of faces you may have seen around the ship. Is Sagravav, and there's two other in Faith who are sort of remarkable by appearance, as they're a much rarer species, and also by the fact that they have a would have come in with like basically a wagon full of 9 other bodies, and
Great.
have
We have a cult on our ship.
found a place that they just sort of posted up and are very much keeping to themselves. For the
We
most
have
part.
Yeah,
we have you
but they're
invited
culting
a
in
cartographer cult in onto our ship.
an anti-cartographer cult. They're
Okay.
they're culting in the same direction we are.
Okay.
Always good.
Okay, interesting. So we probably are we hiding then that we have like to most of the other people? Like, are we hiding then that we've
I mean, a lot of
come
the
across these things?
well, so a bunch of the people on the ship, especially people who have been on the ship for a little bit, like I mean, like Rickless and I'm trying to think who was where when. Um, Probably Tongus Pakongus, because I think they went with you when you went back to the temples. Uh,
Right.
that
Yeah.
sort of
Yeah.
second time. So I mean, people who have been to the temples and sort of seen, what was going on there. Like obviously, there's an element of that people are aware, and plus this whole ship is, it's a cartographer thing. So,
Yeah.
people who are, uh, I think in the ship enough to sort of see kind of what the deal with it is. Um,
Plain away.
it's hard to explain that away. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Got it. Okay. I just didn't know if we needed to be like if we also sounded like a bunch of fucking quacks like this guy.
um,
Yeah, we fought
yeah.
some cartographers, and they're like, yeah, these people are fucking psycho.
No, yeah, I think the people who are, especially the people who are in your group here, I think are,
Got it.
yeah, are up to speed enough. And the other bit of iconography he explains and points out here is this thing that looks kind of like sort of an explosion of some kind, um and also has a few sort of strange conclusions about that. But one of the things he does point out is the uncanny likeness of that. Let me pull you over to this map. To this area of the map over here. Which I think Kinnarenth also sort of perks up a little bit, and sort of will identify and recognize that as this area that people refer to as the Shatter. Um, uh, and basically through the course of this is trying to sort of deduce this kind of connection between what you understand as the noon one, what he's going off on some other tangent, and this area called the Shatter. And after he's ushered back out, he leaves the tapestry. He, thanks you profusely and is happy to have people who, you know, actually listen to him, sort of. And after he leaves, Kinnarinth probably kind of makes some deduction about the noon one probably um, uh, basically sort of being drawn back to this shatter area. So that is if you're looking to basically find the noon one, that's a good place to look.
Do we know of any more like
Cartographers.
active? Yeah, yeah. Like I
Um,
know when we had some session with some other stuff, but do we the
no,
characters know?
no, I do not think you do.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a thing in uh the Anchored game that we talked about.
Okay.
But yeah, as of currently, no. And Kina also explains that this area of the Shatter, there are a handful of reasonably sized like villages and stuff. Uh, Not quite like cities, but there are decent population centers around that area as well. So um, there's an amount of I guess danger of like what might happen there. Um so that is what Searle tells you. And then another courier comes in to deliver a message that they have received through the commuter's equerry that came from Marshall's cloak. Um, and this courier delivers this message and reads it as thus. Um, it has become apparent that the ship you are aboard is a relic of the Cancrozan's cartographers. It presents untold dangers to all those aboard and around it. By the authority of the Knights of the Holy Ground, I require that you and the ship appear before us in Marshall's cloak so that we may inspect it and render it safe.
Oh, the
And it is
fucking
signed
knight.
Veta, Knight Rebuker of the Knights of the Holy Ground.
The
Uh,
fucking knights, man.
Give you a little bow, and then leaves. So this is the point at which we kind of decide um what we well, I mean, not we, sort of you, sort of what you want to do from here. Because like I said, it's becoming clear that you're not the most welcome here currently, and Iridia sort of had made this sort of promise to get. Um, so we want to talk about what our next kind of step is. Um, Part of that is to be, kind of reasonably open about this. Part of that is who you see as um, the more uh, the threat that you want to go after. Basically, to put it in kind of plain terms, if you want to go after the noon one, you probably want to head to the Shatter. If you want to go after the Armada, Marshall's Cloak on Tovolm over here is a good place to go. Also, where you've been sort of summoned by the Knights of the Holy Ground. But the military and Marshall's Cloak, which is a highly the sort of the ruling government there is highly militaristic. They're sort of on the front lines against the Armada. The Armada is based on Toberin over here, and they've kind of been skirmishing back and forth. Toshanth and Topenth are also there's like an outpost of um, the the Marshall's Cloak military that's kind of there. So uh, that's kind of that, and that's also an enormous city. Do I have that map loaded in here? I don't think I do. Nope, that's not that one. I don't. but yeah, so that's that. And the other thing that I think sort of comes up in this meeting is that um, part of what probably should be an objective is continuing to kind of increase your power rating, so to speak. Uh, part of that being trying to wake up the ship, and also increasing your personnel, because you're still kind of you got more people now, but you're still sort of way under capacity of what this ship can do, and kind of needs to be at peak effectiveness. Um, and either of those places could afford some amount of recruitment possibilities, I guess. Um, the that yeah. I guess in part of this discussion, Tongas Pakongas will probably make it known that they're aboard this ship, so it's your decision kind of what to do, but the merchant corps would probably prefer to go somewhere like Marshall's Cloak, which is a more populated urban center, because it's a huge city, as opposed to somewhere kind of out in the wilds that's just a reasonably sized but still sort of a handful of village type places. Although that would probably be also okay, but more opportunity in Marshall's Cloak for the merchants.
Well, plus side, the Knights and the Armada are, the leads for both of those things are in the same location. But on the not plus side, I know for a fact that Knights are going to be fucking annoying about this ship. I know that they're gonna. I
that what
know they're gonna
Zahida
be
said?
dickheads. Yeah, I mean, I don't. No, Zahida does not say that. But do we? I mean, I feel like we would be like, what the like? Why would the Knights?
Well,
Zahida will say, what? Why would the Knights give a shit about us? And then hopefully get some information from the other people at the table who actually, live around here and shit.
totally.
And they would tell
I
us.
mean,
Yeah.
Helbora could offer you information. I mean, so because you do have an amount of information that you got through Kintelstral about sort of
Perfect.
peoples and groups and that kind of
Okay,
thing.
good.
Um, but
Good. Then
Helbora,
Zahida does say that out loud. Then
sure.
being like, it's gonna be if we don't deal with the Knights, it's gonna be a really big issue. I think.
But I mean, Helbora just came from Marshall's Cloak, so I
Yeah.
mean, she could offer some amount of things there. I mean, I think the kind of thing she would explain is that the yes, the Knights are kind of their own sort of thing. They don't hold as much sort of power and sway as they maybe used to. So this sort of demand that you come and appear before them is probably a little bit like
It's a little posturing.
posturing. But they specifically are like basically the only group that is around. Like their whole purpose as an organization is like, we are the basically we are the watchers on the wall for the threat of the cartographers. That's like their whole thing. So them noticing this giant
We're gonna get fucking burned at the stake for being
ship that smells of
cartographers or something.
cartographers.
Yeah. She's a witch.
So that's that. So yeah, I mean, anyone have any thoughts in here?
Do we have any information about what the noon one has been doing?
I mean, I think you and Ornn and Kinrenth probably have the most direct exposure to what's going on with the noon one. I think the overall sense that you get is that after the noon one was sort of awoken, the there's been this sense of trying to coalesce power, so to speak, like trying to build and gather forces um
Right.
in that regard. So I mean, because this is a it's an immensely powerful being that's been dormant for who knows how long. And so them waking up and trying to sort of I don't think that you have any way of understanding what their sort of overall goals are. But in terms of the imminent things they're doing, I mean, they've swayed a lot of these Gel Walkers to their cause in this like really fanatical way, and have clearly been doing something kind of in these areas of the wild, moving towards what you understand to be this area of the map here. So but yeah, so there's both of these forces are kind of doing something. I mean, I think Kinnarenth would also speak up to sort of summarize some of the things that you've been seeing the Armada doing. Um, I mean, it was very long time ago at this point, but one of the first things you did was, or some of you at least, was fend off an Armada attack in Third Shoulder. And they were like capturing people with who had quill. So those little like sort of pangolin lizardy things. Kinnarenth has one. They're these little sort of magical, almost like familiar type things that certain people have for not much of an apparent reason. And the group that you fought of the Armada that was escaping from, or trying to escape from Newwater Nest, the one of them had that weird sort of quill looking thing on its arm that was doing some crazy magic stuff. So there's also kind of clearly some amount of stuff in the works for them.
The entire continent is on fire.
A little bit, yeah. So,
Well, thoughts?
Brack is, I think, more concerned with dealing with the cartographer threat than with the person threat. But I just don't want to see the cartographer amass enough power
Yeah.
that we can't stop him
But
while
do
we're dealing with bureaucracy bullshit.
Yeah, but do we even have enough power to stop him now? Is the question, because we have a
We already
half-staffed
killed
ship. I guess that's true.
I mean, you killed two with the help of
an army of us.
100
Yeah,
versions of yourself.
Yeah, and also
And
we
that
got fucking
artifact
party
and-
wiped. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we
Multiple
literally got party wiped
times.
like 6 times. Yeah.
That's true.
Oh,
Anyone else?
one other thing I
Thoughts?
should give a reminder of, because again, this was a very long time ago, with that Armada attack back in Third Shoulder. One of the things I believe it was Fawit that discovered was it was a hat and a knife that were very specifically Hanaline, so from Tandara,
Oh,
not from Alardan.
yeah. That's right.
And I think there was an interrogation that went on with somebody you had captured back there.
I think Fawit interrogated a lot of people. if I
Yeah,
remember
Fawit.
right.
And she killed that one in cold blood at the end of it, if I
Yeah.
remember correctly. But I think that person had said something to the effect of talking about this woman who that stuff came from, who was in the Armada power structure. Well, I don't think you know much more than that.
Right.
Just in the interest of offering information, not to sway decisions.
Well, any and all of these are it's all bad. We just have to decide what's worse. Because I don't disagree that dealing with the cartographer is should be a top priority, but also, I mean, are we even like do we even have enough people to run this ship? And like, what if we delivered this fucking ship directly to a very powerful cartographer who could just take it from us?
Bueller.
And
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. So you're saying, do we even have enough people to go to,
yeah,
to try to deal with the
because
cartographer, because they could just end
yeah,
up taking the ship over, and then now they have a
right,
badass ship.
yeah, and we're probably all dead.
I mean, Mathos has the most sailing experience here. He's the smuggler, and
What's the
he's the only one with sailing experience. So, I mean, in his opinion, do we have enough to fully man the ship? Do we have a fighting chance? And I don't mean just people, bodies, but knowledgeable, right? Are they skilled sailors?
Some
The other
of
thing
them.
is, if the people, if the people at what is it, Tojeth or something, um, if they're like, hey, you hate the cartographers, we also hate the cartographers, and they decide we're fine, they could come with us to kill the cartographer.
Or will they say, hey, you don't even
She's a
belong
witch
in this
burner.
world. You got here
Yeah.
by cartographer magic. She's a witch burner.
Well, they don't know. Well, they don't know that. We just look like. I mean, we look like just regular humans, right? So
Who are you talking about?
the
Us.
knights,
Oh, the knights.
and
The
us,
knights.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we could potentially recruit more people to go kill this thing. It just might take time, in which we might not have. As
So
yeah, we might have killed two, but we're not fucking experts on killing cartographers.
Unfortunately, we are the world's leading experts on killing cartographers, though.
Yeah.
it's true. To answer Joe's question, Iridia's question, we have enough people on this ship to be competent, but we're still only like 50% staffed.
Yeah, I that's probably fair. I mean, because you're
We're at 45 animancers and 60 general, which is, it would literally almost half of what we technically need.
yeah.
We're about double the bare minimum.
So not enough to take on either the Armada or a cartographer in a
Cartographer,
war.
no. I think we would have to be very, very lucky.
So then the other question is, can we awaken the ship before we get to
Right.
Jeff, so that we
What's the how like big? How long does it take for us to travel between? Because we've gone between these two places, right? The
You've gone between Tojeth, where you are now, and the
yeah, and Mar.
the towers where the anchored are.
And then
I mean,
and that took like
it's
what, a week?
I don't know. It's not a long, because
Yeah.
you're talking about going between. So you're at Tojeth now. Talking about going between there and either
And Tovlan.
the Shatter here or Tovoln.
Yeah.
So
Old.
not a long way. I it's not a significant, not necessarily a significant consideration. But yeah.
It seems like is there a way that we can acquire Toberon blood before we go there and figure out how to get the ship rolling?
I mean, Zahida doesn't know. No.
Does anyone else at our table know? Got a lot of people here. People know stuff.
Yeah,
It's
would
true.
Helbora know any?
I
I don't know if her and
don't.
Elisra would have.
Yeah. I don't know that they. I don't know that she would. That's not. This needs to be bigger. I don't know that. I don't think she would understand it as what it is. Basically.
Well,
Can we get word to Kent? Wink, wink. Get word to
I mean,
Kent?
we're still technically here.
Yeah.
Right.
And you, I mean, with the sending plate aboard, you have a direct line to communication with Tovon.
Wait, what?
Because they have a sending plate in Tovon.
Oh, okay.
They have a sending plate here in Newwater Nest.
Yeah.
And you have one aboard.
We have one. Yes.
And I don't know, maybe they have some other places, but I don't know. if
I mean, we could ask. we could ask, but we might not get an answer in time. But we could certainly be like, "Hey, what did you get some unregulated Toberon blood purchased perchance?"
Any kids been digging holes to China
Yeah.
and struck that red gold?
Yeah. I think it's.
Yeah, I mean,
green, actually.
I think the point here is that if you're talking about Toberon blood, like I don't know that anyone necessarily knows what you're talking about, would understand that. Yeah, I mean, there's a substance they mine in Marshall's cloak, that is a big part of their like economy and stuff there. I don't.
What do they call it?
They call it
Does
Iker.
anyone hear? Okay. Yeah. I mean,
that sounds like blood to me.
I mean, I don't want to.
I don't know how they wouldn't understand that, Dan.
I mean, I don't know.
They know these are big animals, right?
Maybe you're right. I don't.
Secret Iker, you know.
Brack looks around at the table and goes, "You guys know this is an animal, right?"
They move and stuff. Like we were
Like,
on
they
it when
walk
they
around. You've seen it. I know you saw it. I was there when you saw it.
What if it's more like plasma?
Shut up.
Yeah, I mean,
Toblerone.
I don't know. Maybe that
Toblerone
is
BioLife.
What was the other ingredient?
The heart of a cartographer.
Heart?
Yep.
Great. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So do we
They say
remember
one
how
or the other, right? Or did they say both?
Suppose we happen to have 2 cartographer hearts lying around because we killed 2 of them.
There might be a room for that.
I
There
will.
might be a room for
Can I roll for a room for storage of cartographer arts to
Yeah.
see if there's anything left
It's
behind?
just a room full of them.
Cartographer farts.
There's
yeah.
just raw cartographer hearts laying on the.
They've been preserved in jars.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
gonna
so
draw dirt.
remind me, how did we kill the cartographers?
Uh,
I don't
most
lot.
Overwhelming numbers.
overwhelming numbers, and you also had the relic, the little relic ball thing that you put in
Yeah, it was like an eyeball.
in the fountain, and the lasers, and that was a
So
big.
we just need a relic laser gun,
Yeah.
and we
Yeah.
mount that onto the ship.
Well, we kind of have one, don't we? Doesn't the ship have like?
I mean, you've got your
You know.
napalm cannons, yeah.
Yeah. Oh God,
Yeah.
that's right.
Are those good for cartographer killing?
They're good for town killing.
I mean, they're
I
well.
actually saw a little tag on it that said specifically for
Yeah,
cartographer
for
killing.
killing.
You know, I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
you know that
Rated
that's
Especially
for
effective against
killing.
cartographer. Yeah.
you do know that that's kind of what woke the cartographer up. The noon one.
Cool. Good job,
Um,
Chris.
So there's that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if we can have a surefire way of if we
Yeah.
do we even have a location of a cartographer currently?
Just the one.
Just the
That's what
one?
I'm basically giving
Yeah.
you the shatter here. That's kind of where the new
Okay.
one is. Seems
So
to be
can we take the knowledge that we have, the whole fountain lasers and whatnot, or what was the relic that we put into the fountain and then the lasers? Can we take that and try to like build something, some sort of mechanism that we can we know for sure we can take it down?
I mean,
You
it
construct
hurt- I
some
mean,
kind
it-
of rudimentary
It
lathe.
was like a. Yeah. I mean, it was a relic. It was a cartographer relic, right?
Yeah.
The eyeball, the
sphere.
I mean, I don't know. I think we should recruit. Yeah, it's a risk to not immediately go after one, but I think that
Your internet's fucking
I-
up.
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Dela?
Oh, she gone. She gone.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah,
Oh.
you're dying. Your internet's dying.
All right. Well, anybody else have any thoughts? Sounds like she's mostly for heading to Marshall's Cloak.
So I missed most of that. I'm sorry, I had to go unload groceries. So I'm not really sure what our options are, but I'm on board for more recruiting because it's kind of what I do.
I mean, yeah, you did do a good job.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I am for Marshall's Cloak. I think Brack is more on
Concerned
the
with
side
new
of
one.
like we need to be active in doing this, you know?
Ornn is definitely the same way. I don't think he is wanting to knows that there's a threat out there and isn't doing anything about it. Like recruiting just doesn't fit with him. So I would vote towards going after going towards the danger.
And I think that makes sense with our experience of seeing,
Mhm. Seeing that up
the
close.
twin soul and the all the stuff that we experienced out in the wilds.
Yeah, I think Ornn
ahead.
would say, the longer we wait and the more we plan might mean we survive, but what about the many that will die because we took too long?
I mean, that's kind of a moot point if we're all dead.
Can you hear me fine now?
Yep, there you are.
Okay, great.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I think regardless of which path we take, there's going to be consequence. Like if we don't deal with if we deal with the the cartographers first, and then we don't deal with the Armada right away, they're gonna have like fucking kidnapped a whole fucking continent of people or something. Like, regardless, there's gonna be consequences to us dealing with one thing first. So I think we just have to decide what's the biggest threat. I don't disagree that the cartographer is the biggest threat. I just don't know. I really do think we might all die if we don't get, I don't know, more people, or
Ornn,
figure out a way to kill.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I feel like we've killed one. We need to, we need to break down how that happened and then try to create something that can at least try to obtain that same effect. So
I have
that's
a.
why I was. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Ornn was not there for that, correct? So he doesn't
No.
know
Correct.
anything about cartographers,
I mean,
which I
Oh,
think.
you
Well, I
would
mean,
have
I
gotten
know
some stuff
about
from
like
what, yeah.
right, but I think that's why. I, I think that's more why Ornn is ready to go after the cartographer because he knows they're more dangerous, but he doesn't know the danger.
Mm.
I'm
TLDR
totally
is we
fine.
died like 6 times and we got
Yeah,
extremely lucky that we had a reset button.
yeah. I'm totally fine with. I don't care if it kind of makes it sound psycho. If all the people here know that we fought cartographers and they're like our inner circle now, I have no problem just being like, yeah, we fucking died like a lot, like a lot, and like we it was only because of some weird space time cartographer fucky magic that we even managed to make it out of those towers alive.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. So
I mean, do we know enough about the cartographers to know that it's going to be like similar to that every time we fight one?
No, I don't think you do know that. I don't think that's something you would know.
I was going to say, I mean, if we have a reset button every time we fight one, then fuck it, let's go fight them. But if we get there
I
and find
think
out
that's
that,
a
just kidding, that was a one-time training mission, good luck.
yeah. I think that is a much more, because those towers were weird. Once we entered a certain radius within them, they were weird. I think that just happens to be because obviously the ship was it managed
I
to
mean,
keep the ship on for this long.
is there any local knowledge about all of this?
The Well, so here's what I'll say on that front. In terms of local knowledge, you have people like Sorrel who think they know what's going on because they've read, storybooks and some things that may have some sort of accurate information. You've got people like the Knights of the Holy Ground who their whole thing is kind of being the last defenders against the cartographers, but have also not necessarily fought a cartographer for like 1,000 years or something. That's just kind of what they are there for. But they're the people that are sitting in their rooms going like, they're going to come back. They're going to come back. We just know it. We got to be ready. And now they're finally back. And they're like, all right, we're up. But we haven't really.
But they're not doing anything.
Well, I mean, you don't know what they're doing.
They're yelling at
I
us.
don't know what they're not doing.
So there's that. The other people that have and are gaining as we speak knowledge of cartographer goings ons are the other versions of you at the temples. I mean, we haven't finished that game, so we don't exactly know how that has turned out at this point, where we are in time. But those people that have some experience with and are learning things about the cartographers, and we do know that they were able knew enough to be able to somehow communicate through the little sort of mostly inert relic thing that is here in the mine grove. That's how they,
Oh, so we can talk to them.
no.
Oh,
Basically, there's if you to put it in terms like the Aeons Iridia in the towers was able to sort of hotwire their walkie-talkie to you know, a tinfoil receiver in your ship and was able
Right.
to shout at Iridia, this Iridia, for a little while until that thing sort of died, but in a way that led Iridia to the mine grove at least. Um, but that thing's out of the relic there that you have is it's out of juice.
I mean, we need the Icker. We need more people.
We need
We
information.
we need info. Yeah.
Is there like a historical library for the knights that I can go raid?
I'm
I
sure they've got something like
borrow a bunch of books.
that. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for dedicated info on the cartographers, I mean, the Knights are probably a good place to look.
I
I'll say that.
I
Didn't we-
ask help.
didn't we-
I
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I ask Helbora what the likelihood of them receiving us well is. Like, do you think, Helbora, level with me? Do you think that the second we land or get close, these people are gonna like try and raid our ship and like fucking put us in jail or some shit? Like what? Like, not that we would let it happen, but I mean, like, what's the chance that these guys are gonna be fucking dickheads when we show up?
I think in response to that, specifically, like, I think you can see that in asking that, there's a bit of a nerve you've touched there with her. Not in like a like she's angry at you, but uh, there's almost an amount of like trauma response, I guess, in the way she responds to you. But I think she makes a mention of, she says, I was assigned a mission to go and investigate something that they were doing. And then I think she sort of like trails off a little bit.
Who, the knights?
Yeah, the Knights. And says, I was captured and held until I was broken out.
They're gonna be assholes.
I think she probably doesn't say much more than that. But there's certainly not good will between her specifically and the and the Knights.
Are the knights like? I'm asking this in character out loud. Do they know who we are?
You know
Well,
who
they
I
know we
am?
have.
Like,
They
have we
know we have the
met
ship.
them?
You know who my father is?
Mr. My father, Mr. Knight, will hear about
My
this.
father, Mr. Holy Ground, will hear
Yeah.
about this.
I don't think we've met any knights.
No, I don't think you've met any Knights. I
There's
think
no local faction of the knights here in.
No, they're only a marshal's cloak thing.
I think I'm curious. Brack is curious. Is there going to be drama between the Enfidir and the Knights if we go there?
That's an interesting question.
Well, they're also anti-cartographer, right?
They are, but the Enfidir are dicks.
The enemy of the enemy is my friend, right?
We weren't.
I'm not entirely sure, to be perfectly honest. I can't say that I've thought completely through how that kind of interaction would go. It would certainly be interesting. I think there's a lot.
Dan said, I want to play with it.
There's a lot at play there. But yeah, I mean,
it sounds like doesn't matter which situation we pick, it's gonna fucking blow. It's gonna fucking blow. We either have to deal with dickheads or we have to deal with someone trying to murder us immediately upon seeing us. Whether that's it doesn't matter if that's in regards to the Armada or the cartographer, that's true for both of those situations. So
It's that true.
yeah. So I mean, unfortunately, none of these are good options. But we've got to pick one.
I need to talk to somebody from the Knights.
Well, we got to go to Marshall's Cloak then. Unless there just happens to be one single knight stumbling around Tojeth.
Just drunk.
But they're a Marshall's Cloak thing exclusively, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Does
I'm
that
good
sound
with
like
that.
we're decided?
You said that there is a plate in Tovon.
Yes. The Bohemians have a plate there. The Bohemians in Tovon, in Marshall's Cloak, are much more of like an like underground, like almost like kind of criminal underground type
Yeah.
deal. Because the ruling sort of government factions in there are very militaristic and overbearing and like borderline like fascistic kind of deal. Um, so they,
I
Better.
yeah.
I when everybody's like kind of talking, I don't like try to like get in her space, but I like kind of give Halbora a look like um and I like whisper to her, I'm like, do you think there's any chance that that there is a single like knight that would be willing to work like to talk to the Bohemians or us all without us going to Marshall's Cloak, like using the plate? Like, do you think there's any chance to talk to us, or do you think that there's no way that it's gonna work out?
Um, I think she can tell you that from the reports that she's seen, it seems like the knights are um uh, there's a sort of movement happening in the knights in terms of they're trying to uh kind of gather and coalesce their own power. Like she's seen reports of them like calling back uh knights who may be like in the field or something like that.
Right.
Like they're kind of doing an all hands on deck type thing. Um, I think she says something to the effect of, and I think this is something that she arrives at like after uh, a bit of a moment. Like you can see the sort of the wheels and the sort of the feelings
Right.
turning in her head, but um, she says that there are there are many people among the knights. And I think by that she's saying not that there's a lot of like of them number wise, but that there's a lot of different people. Like they're not,
Right.
yeah. Um, I can't guarantee anything, but if there's something to be pried loose, I think the Bohemians probably have a chance at doing it.
I discreetly relay this to Mathos. That there is a small chance that we could possibly use the sending plate to see if there's any sort of like
Fuckery.
yeah, or more like if there's any like way, for us that there would be somebody willing to, you know like stand with us kind of thing. Like
Mhm.
if there was anybody that would be willing to talk and like be in their good graces kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, and
The
to
small chance.
be to be clear about that, like you might be able to make overtures like through the plate, but there's a point at which that's going to need to be done. Whatever happens there would most likely need to be done in person.
Right.
To yeah, but
So I don't
Remind me,
know
have we
if you want to send it's we can try. Know that it'll.
gotten any smaller crafts on board yet?
you have not. The last thing you tasked the anchored with before you left was putting together a smaller craft. And by smaller,
Yeah, well,
like still like reasonably sizable.
Right.
But but that's the only thing. Yeah.
whatever.
Uh-oh, we're losing
You're
you
dying
again.
again, Dela.
I mean, from the again, we haven't finished the anchored game, so we don't know exactly how that turns out, but they were at least starting it to work on that. So,
I feel like we're handicapped right now.
I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, you're handicapped in that you've got this giant thing that you don't necessarily have the power of the people to operate fully, and that's kind of part of I think what's kind of going on here is trying to figure out how to.
Oh, fuck.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like we're as a whole sort of more leaning towards
Can we
Marshall's Cloak, but
purchase a small boat before we go? Because my thought is we don't take the ship in to Marshall's Cloak right away. We send in a group to try to figure out what's actually happening first.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a bunch of money, right? You've got
Yeah.
you've got so much money. Somewhere
I
in
feel
here.
I
there's
feel
an
like that's
equipment-
a good idea for the group of us, the main people. Maybe we should go into Marshall's Cloak and figure out what's going on.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Does did Gentis leave?
Gentish, yeah, they are not
That's a
here
great name.
currently. Gentish is a good name, and
Because
always am like,
they had a ship, but I can't remember. I remember being like,
Where them boots at?
yeah, where
Boots.
the boots first of all. But I also know that they were like,
they're I mean
we
they're
kind of made friends with them a little
yeah,
bit.
sure. I mean they're basically like a freelancer kind of a deal. So they're they're in and out. Looking at the equipment and services handout, the things listed on here that could be analogous. A barge is listed at 50 coins, a riverboat listed at 150, and a merchant ship at 5,000, a warship at 20,000. So I forget what we said the little ship I think that was a 50 coiner. Or was that 150? The one you blew up?
Oh boy.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
And we have almost 1,000 coins. Is that what we have?
We have 1,000 coins and 800 coins in precious stones. So
I mean, we could try and trade for a little one.
Yeah, I mean you could absolutely get yourself a little.
There's a
riverboat.
river right next to Tolvon, right?
Yeah, and I
Isn't that
mean
that's what that is.
by riverboat, I'm this is all like
Yeah.
skyship stuff. So you
Yeah,
could
yeah.
buy a small riverboat sized skyship for 150 coins. If that's what you want to do.
I think that's a great idea. Good one, Brack.
Cool.
I think-
Okay.
I think I want to persuade them to sell it for less than 150 coins.
I don't know that that's This thing that we're gonna do. You've got the money to spend.
We could trade some of the gems, right? Oh,
Oh
my
yeah.
fucking god.
I'm nice. I told you didn't want to. The yeah, the precious stones are basically just coin. That's
Yeah, but they weigh less.
they weigh less, yeah. More dense in value. So yeah,
Great idea.
if you want to do that, we can go ahead and so that's a riverboat being the size of something that you could fit, you know, the handful of you on, but not much more than that.
That's fine. That's good enough for a scout
If
ship, right?
you, I'll say if you want to like maybe pay some extra to have it be like a little better equipped or something, we can negotiate that.
Well, like some harpoons on the side, or
Uh,
like just easier to handle,
say that again. Sorry.
like just easier to handle, or
No, I
like
mean,
what
yeah,
would better equipped entail?
better equipped. Yeah, I mean, having some amount of like combat capability, or yeah, or be faster or something. Just some amount of I
Would
don't know if you're
for
interested in any of that kind of stuff.
for 800 precious gems, would you consider a riverboat with a cartographer killer gun on it?
Hmm.
I give you a gem, give us
Cartographer laser.
Tempting offer. Yeah, I don't know. Thoughts on that? Let's make a decision and
Slaps hood of car. You can fit so many cartographer hearts in this baby.
Yeah.
oh Lord.
Well, it's the captain's. It's ship, so
What?
decide.
I walked away.
Oh,
do you just want to?
Needed a
you
drink.
want to spend a little more money? The little river of guns on it.
We don't need guns on that, do we?
I think we make it fast.
Yeah, speed over power.
Okay, so what is it? 150 for a riverboat? Is that what it was?
Yes.
So let's say if you want to do like 250, I'll do a like something slightly larger, and you know, like a little like racing boat type of thing. But
It's points on
I didn't hear anything she just said.
no.
dude.
I think she said "fuck me, dude."
Said it has 4 engines on it.
4 engines. Yes.
Why not 7?
Yeah, fuck it.
How does that sound? Does that sound like a reasonable
I think 200 sounds better.
200?
And I stick out my hand.
Who I guess it depends on who you're making this deal with.
Somebody that likes me.
Somebody that likes you. Well, not a lot of this town likes are big fans of yours at
What
the
about the
moment.
Bohemians? Maybe they have
I
little
mean,
spy.
sure.
They love us.
All right, fine. I'll give you 200 for you find some Bohemian that has an old like actually I think it is funny if it is like a racing boat.
Yeah.
You know, it's in decent shape. It's not like, you know, the
He sells it to us, but he won't shut up about how you got to be family to drive it, and
You have to have a license. You have to be born after 1978.
Please tell me it's painted red with orange flames off the front.
Oh Lord.
If it
All
is,
right.
I'll pay $250 for it.
So you're down to 796, and you have I guess I should add that to your.
What's its name?
Ooh yeah, what's its name? Do I have any ship
Boating
names
McBoatface
on deck?
Super fast.
Oh, I actually do have a
Fast as fuck,
lot.
boy.
That's just fuck boy.
Speed of Infinite Speed is its name.
Speed of infinite speed.
Let's see if this will. There we go. Here are some ship names I have on deck. If you're interested in any of those.
God, don't let Joe see the one about Hark.
Hell yeah, dude.
Quiet seedlings of the Harbinger's reply if quarrels told. That's all one name?
No,
each line
no.
is a new one. So it's
Yeah,
Quiet
actually,
Seedlings.
the entire name is the whole.
Oh.
That's the whole.
Yes, it's Quiet Seedlings of the Harbinger's reply, or if quarrels told, then self-holds lie. Whoa, those kind of rhyme. Or flowers set so it's stone, or the banner unfurled in oblivion, or the first three.
I like if quarrels told, then self holds lie. That's pretty good.
I like smoke from the embers of our misdeeds.
That would be my second one. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the smoke one as well.
All right, smoke the racing boat.
AKA Buddy McBoatface.
Speed of infinite speed. I can't believe you said that.
I mean, man, if we're doing the smoke and embers thing, I definitely think the sales on this are some combination of smoky or flamey or
Fuck yeah. It's just Guy Fieri flames. It's just black with
Ugh.
red flames.
Sink the ship as fast as possible, please.
We all have to wear our sunglasses on backwards.
Iridia wants it crashed into another city.
Yeah.
Been there, done that.
Allegedly.
Okay. Okay. So then, yeah. So I think with that, Helbora, probably goes off to go, sort of send some opening messages to the Bohemians in Tovolm and Marshall's Cloak to see if see what can be opened up there. So it sounds like the plan is to basically like take it out and park somewhere nearby, and then bring the smoke in.
Yeah.
We're going to be bringing the smoke a lot of places.
Hell yeah. Okay, so then the last thing in the meeting here is Larsa, the youngest of the three Brickless and Jenna siblings, comes in. She was working as a like a apprentice basically to an architect, who they found out was a Armada spy, so that kind of fell apart. But she kind of comes in with this proposal that now that you have some people who are some builders that were brought on board, that they can start sort of doing some work to build or repair some things aboard the ship, and basically this mechanically is a thing where you can sort of set them to work, and for whatever is a reasonable amount of like sessions or whatever to take, they can be sort of tasked with working on something. So they, as a few suggestions. Um, she talks about doing repairs on sections in the village for for people that live on here, so like the merchants, because most of this ship um, is still unexplored at this point, and the merchants and them are all kind of like camping out down in the hangar. um, and especially if you're bringing another little ship on, they're running out of room down there. So making people happy and making room for more people. um, uh, you know, doing some repairs and some uh, setting out some room in the village areas would be nice for people. Um, she talks about finishing the brig, because that's kind of a pretty rundown. That you basically only have a small handful of cells that you can are usable at this point. Um, Actually building the infirmary that Brack was looking for. um, Generally exploring the ship a little more. I mean, that's something that they can do in conjunction with like the correlation guard, so on and so forth. As well, and also potentially outfitting the place you have currently set up as like the little triage, um, setting that up actually as the little ship repair bay kind of thing that it's seems to supposed to be. Or if other people have other ideas, those are things we can do as well. But any thoughts on any of that?
Definitely make sure anyone who goes out looking for stuff, like looking for more rooms or like exploring, definitely take a correlation guard with you.
Mm-hmm.
Do not go by yourself. And
Buddy
report if
system.
you see any weird, buddy system. Tell people which direction you're going. If you can, you know, whatever, put little, you know, I don't care if you draw on the walls a little bit, put little symbols if you find something that, we need to come back to, stuff like that. Like, be methodical. Don't be reckless about this.
Totally. I think that the sort of the vibe you get from her is just in general what she's talking about here is because she's the youngest of the three. I think I said that she's like late 20s, and she's sort of in the position where she was in this sort of like more apprentice kind of capacity, and now she's trying to take on this sort of leadership role, and she's trying to like sort of lead this little group of builders and stuff. So she's like maybe just like a tiny bit out of her depth, but she's like really kind of being sort of earnest about trying to it's it's that person who's like stepping into uh, a more senior position for the first time, and trying to make sure that they're being professional about it and doing a good job and all that kind of stuff.
I offer to help with the first thing that she mentioned when she was like, "Oh, we should get more rooms going, like for the crew."
Mm-hmm.
I offer to help with that in the next couple of days while we travel.
Dope. Is that what you want to focus? The first thing you want to focus on here, then, or
Once we like are on the move, probably, yeah. I'll help her
um,
uh set up rooms and stuff. The Hanalines are all about comfort and family and
it's
shit, so.
true. They do like that. Anybody else have any uh other thoughts, other opinions, or is that what we want to do?
Yeah, let's do that.
Cool. All right. All right. So we'll start with that. Okay. So, um, as the sort of the meeting here is kind of coming to a close, there's a couple people that start to, like I said, sort of Helbora got up and left to do her things, and some people start peeling off. The doors open and one of the couriers comes running in. But this courier is clearly a little sweaty and breathing heavily. And comes in and says, announces rather hurriedly that there is something going on down in the hangar, and that there's some trouble brewing.
Oh, for God's sakes.
And is asking for people to come help or something.
Crack goes.
What kind of trouble?
This courier, we'll say this is a sort of a young human woman. She says, I didn't get to see what exactly was going on. I ran as soon as things started, but there was a groups of people that looked to be coming back in the hangar, who are up to no good. And there was shouting, and some of the merchants' stalls were being tossed and things. But I ran as soon as things started getting, and Rickless is like immediately like calling and sending people to rouse the guard.
Yeah.
And get people.
Well, it's trashing our ship.
Okay, let's go find out.
I'll bring you back over here. So as you're you're up in the keep here, and you've got to then traverse all the way down the spiral, which is this sort of big shaft that goes down the middle of the ship. This big staircase that this courier had clearly just sprinted up to come deliver this message to you. And as you get towards the bottom, as you get further down, you can start to smell smoke.
Oh, Jesus
Fires.
Christ.
And as you begin to get further and further down, there are people running that are running up the steps. Some of the people aboard that are clearly trying to get away from whatever is going on in the hangar.
Are they all our people?
I mean, it's probably hard to tell. If someone wants to like take the time to stop and take a look, sure, you can make a roll and see what's up. If that's something some people are interested in doing.
I just don't want another fucking spy that's not our own spy on here.
I mean, if that's your instinct, I'm interested in, that could be a discern realities or something.
I'll try and see if there's any, if I notice anyone who looks out of place, or like they're, instead of being frazzled from whatever the hell is going on, they look like they're, I don't know, gonna be bad on our ship or something.
Sure.
Naughty boys.
Do I just click?
Yeah, discern realities.
It'll roll it for me.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
That's a 7. Ask the GM one question from the list below.
I guess since I'm looking for people specifically that are out of, I guess, what should I be on the lookout for, or
What
can
here is
decide
not
if,
what it appears to be?
yeah, maybe that one.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, as you're scanning through the crowds here, trying to get a beat on this, as everyone else is sort of you've got your group that's sort of rushing down as reasonably large groups of people are sort of trying to rush up. Yeah, you get the smoke. You can hear sort of shouting coming from down in the hangar as you're getting pretty close now. And as a matter of fact, you do see in this group of people a couple people that you catch that, like you're saying, they have a little more sort of determination in their look about them. And you catch them as they sort of split off. A small group of them kind of split off into down kind of one of the hallways, entering into the lower parts of the Foundation. So kind of splitting
Mhm.
off. There's all these passageways that split off the.
I immediately point them out to the group. And then I don't know. I guess I like make to go follow them. They shouldn't fucking.
Is Rickless with us?
Yes, Rickless and the guard are kind of running with you here.
Rickless, can you and your guards go take care of whatever's going on in the merchants' quarters, please?
He gives you a salute and he's in like full on like military mode
Fuck yeah.
right now.
Fuck yeah, Rickless.
He's fucking doing it.
He's got it. Let's go after these guys.
Yeah.
See what's going on.
Okay.
All right, so are all of you going off?
How many was it? Did I get a number maybe?
Probably in the 10ish area.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Small group of them. I mean, I think probably as you're watching, there's probably like a couple of them that split off one hallway, and then maybe a couple more somewhere else. But it's this somewhere in that kind of group.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I make sure to mark which hallways I saw them go down, and then I guess I lead whoever else would like to follow them.
Yeah,
down
Iridia.
that way.
Yeah, Iridia follows Zahida, and
Okay.
Bottle is on her shoulder.
Yeah, Iridia's got a little like mechanical monkey thing
Mm-hmm.
with her now. By the way.
I would also like to just have my shield out. A shield first, head of the pack kind of thing.
Mhm.
So that we're not getting I don't get like the TV like coming around a corner and getting a fucking, sword to the face or something.
Cool. So it sounds like, is anybody going with Rickless and them? Or is everybody splitting off here?
Somebody, one of us should go with Rickless, right?
If we want to do it this way,
got it.
we can send Fawit with them.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Great.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Fawit
Perfect.
goes with Rickless.
Fawit will handle everything. I'm not worried about that at all.
All right, so that's how many of you? That's 5 of you?
Yes.
4 of, I can't count. 4 of you, right? Iridia, Brack, Zahida, and Mathos, and Ornn. 5 of you.
5.
All right, that's why. Okay, so here's what we are gonna do. So you are barreling off after these guys into the depths of Foundation, the Foundation section of the ship. This is the kind of stone cavernous area of the ship. A lot of this area is pretty dark. Iridia, this is the area where you had your where you came down and you found the mine grove.
Guys.
What else is down here? So the top level of the Foundation is the bridge. The workshop is a level or 2 down from that. The weapon system, so the sort of the reservoir for the the napalm stuff is down here. The brig is down here. The mine grove. And then, I mean, technically the hangars and the stables are, but that's sort of a slightly different part of this. So just to give you an idea of the things that you know are down here so far, that's what's up. But what's going to happen is, we're going to make rolls to navigate down here. Because as we've sort of talked about, this is a pretty twisty. It's very easy to get lost down here, and especially with some of the weird half waking up ship things that have been going on. There were already reports of people saying like, the paths in here weren't the same as when I went down, the day before. That kind of stuff. This place is weird. So we can do.
Brack, you're good at tracking, right?
Oh yeah, Brack is a tracky boy. Do you have a tracking move?
Hunt and track.
Hunt and track. Look at that. What does that move do?
When you follow a trail of clues left behind by passing creatures.
All right.
Is that what we're doing?
Sure. That sounds like a thing that would be happening here.
Fuck yeah, dude.
All right, that's a 12. You follow the creature's trail until there's a significant change in direction or mode of travel. Also choose one. Which of those are you choosing?
Gain a useful bit of information.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So you're sort of chasing this group, and I think there's you pretty quickly find the difficulty of tracking things through here, because you get to like intersections that split off into a handful of other paths. Some of them are just like one or two. Some of them are like more than that. Dark like rooms and doorways and stuff. And you definitely start to hear some weird noises, things like that. You think you hear people running in down one hallway, and you you hear things that probably would throw you off if you weren't being really careful about. I think there's enough of a like probably a film of dust and stuff, or that kind of thing down here that you're able to see just enough, whether you're using like a someone has like a torch or something, or someone using like animantic light, that you're able to sort of follow these tracks and not be thrown off by some of the weird things. I think that there's a couple places where you feel like you're almost catching up, and you catch a slight glimpse of some people as they're just rounding a corner, and then somehow seem to get further ahead of you. But through all of this, you're keeping a really surprisingly good bead on these people ahead of you. So you're basically able to kind of confirm that you're tracking in total like a couple groups of somewhere in the area of like 10 people, and I think by seeing glimpses of some of these people, there's someone I mean, so I think you can tell by whether it's by the way their their moving or by their clothing or their armor, like some bits of it you see that you recognize basically as being um, armada. So these are
First.
the same kind of infiltrators that you'd run into in before in other places. But I think another sort of point you sort of pick up on is that there's someone uh, there's some amount of direction here that you wouldn't expect for a group of people just sort of like running into this place for the first time, if that makes sense.
So they seem like they know where they're going.
um I don't know that I necessarily go as far as to say they know where they're going, but there is an amount of like guidance or knowledge or something like that that is helping to lead this.
Dude,
It's great.
theory, what if the Armada are working with the cartographers? Wouldn't that be something?
Well, then we're fucked. Do we have any sort of idea, like, have we been in this part of the ship? I know Iridia kind of has, but have the rest of us?
Brack, maybe, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not unreasonable to say that maybe some of you have been through parts of it at one time or another, but it's for any amount of like, hey, I think I sort of recognize, because I mean, you and Fawit came down to the brig. Rickless led you down to the brig that one time when you were, well, I guess probably multiple times when you were coming to talk to Kolvar. So there's that. But for any amount of times that you see like, oh, hey, I think I like recognize this intersection or whatever, there's, just as many points where you're like, I have never seen any of this in my life before. And often in strange, like, oh, I remember coming down this intersection, we went to that place and it leads this way to this point, but you go that way and it's not what you were expecting it to be.
So can we gather any sort of knowledge as to where they might be headed to?
That sounds like a roll.
Can I make a guess, and if I'm right, then I get advantage on whatever we do to them?
Let's.
Well, what's your theory off board?
Out of character,
Is
I
it-
think they might be coming for Kolvar.
Which one is Kolvar?
He's our prisoner that we've been interrogating.
Oh, are our brigs down here? Are they like at the bottom of the ship, or are they?
The brig is down here, yeah.
Well, I mean that seems like a good deduction. Although, is he that important?
Maybe we just underestimated what we had. Why do we have a prisoner again? I don't remember. I'm sorry.
So the last you got with Kolvar was because he was the one that you and Mathos went
I am Mathos.
or sorry, you are Mathos. You
Fawit and I.
and Rickless on that little mission you did. You were going to help out I think it was his sister, but you ran into there was the two people that were the
Fake guards.
the Commuter's Chosen. Yeah, one of them was an actual guard, and well, I mean both of them were actual guards, but the one of them was also a spy, an Armada spy, and that was Kolvar. So you had talked with Taryn, his partner, um, and you took Kolvar and were sort of interrogating him and got him to the point that he was saying that he might be willing to like to flip, because he said like, I mean, yeah,
Wasn't
he's
it basically he thought he was dead either way?
correct.
And yeah, so
Uh-oh.
I think they're trying to find Kolvar to either kill him because he knows too much and is afraid he's going to do exactly what I tried to get him to do, or because apparently they don't believe he already has.
Yeah, because the sort of where you left him off was you were trying to convince him to turn, and he basically said like, I could be convinced because I know in his mind he was dead either way, but he wasn't convinced that you could keep him safe here, basically.
Okay, I kind of
We're
want to make
about
a
to
play.
prove him wrong.
I kind of want to make a play here.
All right, let's hear it. I'll
I-
give you kind of the sort of initiative here because of Brex.
These guys have a general idea of where they're going. I've been to the brig. I should know how to get there, correct?
In
theory?
yeah, ish. You'd think you might, but things are weird down here. But
And
you know,
can I let the rest of this group continue tracking them? Because Brack, you've got a pretty good handle on that, right?
he does.
And maybe I can find the direct route there and get to Kolvar first and be waiting for them. Because I'll be in front of them and then the rest of the guys will be behind them. And maybe that'll give us an advantage.
Yeah, that will be a role to navigate down here.
I feel
I think
discern realities. I'm studying the situation of where we are in the ship.
yeah, I don't necessarily have a set.
Oh no, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a set thing here, but I think I would be fine with doing either an intelligence or a wisdom roll here. For trying to navigate down here.
Not dexterity, because I'm just super fucking fast.
That's not going to help you navigate.
Uh,
I mean, because it's either sort of an intelligence version of this is because it's basically a defy danger is what this is. In a way, it's an intelligence version is you sort of racking your brain to try and remember and to try and remember key intersections and things like that. And a wisdom version is trying to move by more sort of instinct and awareness and that kind of thing. So
Well, I don't have that. I do have a little intelligence, so let's go with that, I guess.
all right.
So you want me to roll defy danger or just roll an intelligence?
So yeah, so roll defy danger intelligence.
With intel. Yes.
nice.
Let's
Hell yeah,
go.
bro.
Okay. It is giving you a +1 in there that you shouldn't have.
My
But
intelligence
that's
is +1.
well, but it's rolling it with intelligence is
Oh, yeah,
uh
that's weird.
Well, it's still a 10 though,
It's
right?
still
yeah,
a
it is
10.
still a 10. Yeah. So yeah, so are you splitting off by
Yeah, I'm just
yourself
gonna
by
like,
yourself or are
quietly
you
tell these guys keep following them, stay on them, don't get seen. If I'm right, I'll meet you there.
okay, so
Great.
And if I'm wrong, I guess I'll come find you.
that's okay, so you're basically sort of setting up this this kind of pincer move here. And yeah, I think kind of miraculously are able to sort of pick your way back through this in a way that I think maybe is even surprising to yourself because of how complicated this is down here. But you
Captain knows his ship, okay?
the captain knows his ship, sure. And you end up at the door to the brig. There's the sort of there's this front chamber that is this open kind of ruined thing, and then there's a door back into the back which has this group of small things that you're using as cells. Who knows what they were supposed to be for, but most of them are sort of falling apart. But you have the one that.
Is there anywhere that I can move Kolvar that he's hidden? Like a broom closet?
I sure. I mean, a lot of this is like pretty ruined, and whatnot. And like I said, the area where these quote unquote cells are, there's a bunch of them that are, you know, half caved in. There's probably some that are sort of, caved like out the other side, kind of a thing, or, stuff like that. So if you want to try and,
Is he in fact in his cell?
yes, he is in his cell.
Can I have a quick conversation with him?
Yeah, I think with a roll that good, I think that's good. There probably is also, with the amount of people you have in the guard now, there's probably also one person that's like stationed here. So I'll give you that as well.
Perfect.
So what's up? What are you doing?
So I'm gonna run in, give the guard a heads up. Hey, be ready. I think there's people coming. And then I'm gonna unlock the door to the cell and go in and talk to him.
Okay.
Like quickly. Is he chained up or anything?
No, he's got his little cot that he's lying down on and sits up when you come in.
I'm gonna bolt in and be like, listen, I told you that I wasn't gonna kill you, and I'm gonna hold true to that. I'm going to try to protect you. So you have to trust me because I'm trusting you. We need to get you out of here and hidden.
They're coming, aren't they?
Yes.
He nods, and gets up and follows you.
Sweet. Let's hide him. I hide him somewhere. I stuff him in a broom closet or a hole.
Okay.
Or I swap clothes with the guard and put the guard in the cell and put him in the guard's clothes.
I don't know that you have enough time for something that elaborate.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Just let the guard die.
Yeah. Guard.
And can he wear my clothes and hide in the closet, and I'll stay in the cell in rags?
I don't know that there's quite enough time for that, but I'll
Can
let
I just
you
hide him and I'll hide in the cell.
Yeah.
We're not swapping clothes.
We can do
We're
that.
doing that. Okay. And I'm gonna warn the guard, hey, you need to be prepared. Help is coming. As soon as you hear something, you yell.
Maybe the guard should. I don't know.
Oh, we should have losing you there. I will say the other thing, as he's getting up, he, because he's got the some sort of like shackle thing on his hands that is basically keeping him from doing animancy. I think as you're shuffling him out of the cell, he like lifts those up to you.
I take them off,
or to the guard, and he gives you, I think he gives you a nod at that. Okay, so he and the guard go off into like one of the other kind of half caved in cells or something to hide or whatever.
Perfect.
So then the rest of you are chasing the other group, and yeah, since we've got some good rolls on here, I'll sort of let some of those ride into when you get close. And I guess Fawit was the other one that was down here that would recognize enough of this to know. But I think there's a group of them that get close, and you you sort of round the corner as they are sort of at the door here, kind of getting ready to go into the to the front room of the brig, and they see you all sort of round the corner, and what happens is who does what? There's some sort of
I'm
quick.
your opponent, then.
What is that? What does that do?
When you engage an enemy in melee, they are forced to acknowledge you. And then obviously that is dependent on if I succeed.
Okay. Yes. So okay. So what happens here is there's you see some quick sort of shuffling and whispering in the group. And I think to give you a bit here, to play off your good rolls, you see two of them run in into the brig. And then you see the rest of the group that sort of coalesces around what you can identify as the sort of the leader or the guider of this group. And it is Vanmer, who is the human male who those of you who are on the Third Shoulder mission, he was one of the ones you picked up in that group of refugees that came back with you. He's the guy that the like the hawk animancy guy helped
hell?
you, and so he had been chilling with you guys on the ship. So he takes a couple of
So this is
them.
how you repay us.
What's that?
So this is how you repay us. Saving your life.
So he takes a couple more of them, and they bolt off in like the other direction. And so we'll say him and there are four others that run off. Five. Sorry, him and five others run off in another direction. No, you know what? It is four. Sorry. In another direction, and the four more of them sort of turn towards you, and you see one of them pull something out of their like their pouch or whatever, and it's this. You see it just quick enough to see a sort of like it looks like a kind of a bracelet, like a thick kind of bracelet that they sort of like slap on their arm. This is a Hoffenboren, so they have the human head and animal head. They sort of slap this bracelet thing on their human arm, and you see it like move as it goes on, and yeah, I don't know if you're quite close enough to see exactly what's going on, but this person sort of like steps out to the front, and they kind of like shudder a little bit, and you see them kind of slightly contort in some weird ways, and
Ew.
they are the ones this is the one that is facing that you can face down here at the front of this group.
So half of them broke off after they saw us,
Correct.
and they ran off in another direction. Well, we're here at the brig, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, sounds like we gotta fight. Because we already know that, well, we hope that Scott is already there. So, yeah, shield up. I guess the one with the Hawthorne with the bracelet. I'm gonna try and make it so that they attack me, I guess, instead of the whole group.
All right.
Nice.
That's
Okay.
an 11. Okay, they're forced to acknowledge you. Move. When an enemy you engage with makes a move against anyone other than you, roll. Plus strength. This move is canceled. Their attack is blocked. Their escape route cut off. Their spell interrupted. So yeah. So what happens is as you
I bull rush this. I bull rush this hoverboard. Whatever they're trying to do with this bracelet, I fucking shield first. Just bull rushing the shit out of it.
Okay. I'll give you that. You did the roll, so they're trying to slap this bracelet on, and you rush into them and just like kind of shoulder check them to the ground. The bracelet kind of goes clattering across the floor, and you can see like one of the other couple that are here like move to go try and pick it up. Someone else can deal with that in a second, but
that's me tackling this fucking thing.
That's you. Are you what are the others of you doing here? So who you have? We have Iridia, Brack, and Ornn here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What's
Technically, I guess Scott is also here.
Well, Scott's in the Mathis is in the room with the two that ran in. Yeah.
Well, they don't know I'm there yet.
Correct. Not yet.
Okay. Good.
Anybody else?
How many are in the hallway then?
Okay, so in the hallway, make sure I'm splitting up my numbers here, right? So there are 5 of them here.
And we're so it's Zahida, myself, and
Brack and Ornn.
And Brack.
Yep.
And Ornn. We're all in this hallway with 5 of them.
With 5 of them, a total of Vanmer and 4 others went bolting off in another direction. 2 of them ran into to the brig, where Mathos is lying in wait.
Okay,
I've
are we trying to?
one to the ground.
Yeah, they're running away from us, right? Essentially.
Some of them are. Some of them are. The 5 of them that are here have turned to stand their ground against you.
Oh, gotcha.
Fuck these guys. They're Armada. Let's fucking kill the shit out of them.
Oh, okay. Okay, so. Fuck, man, I don't remember any of my moves or anything that I do. It's all gone.
You figure it out, Joe. I can go.
Yeah, you do that.
You want to look through it?
Yeah, I'm looking through. I've been looking through it.
All right, I'm gonna make a blot out the sun roll.
Hell yeah, the classic Brack.
A classic Brack.
Ooh, wait. What did you say you were doing?
Shooting people with arrows.
Okay. Can we do our turn
at once
together?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so
you gonna do a team up move?
Like, yes, yeah.
Hell yeah.
I've got.
You're gonna hit Captain America's shield.
Yeah, exactly. I've got alchemic explosion flasks that like essentially spray acid. I'd like to throw it at them, right? But if it hits the ground, it's essentially got to break in air. So I tee up Brack to essentially try to hit it with his arrow, and spray all of them with acid.
Nice.
I'm also over there. Remember this.
Well, that's neither here nor there. You
I'll be fine. I'll probably be fine. Yeah.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's get Iridia. Let's do you first.
Okay.
So let's see. That would be let's call this I mean, I guess it's the same. Let's call this a defy danger dex, because you're throwing them.
I have. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Do you get?
It's not a volley because I'm throwing something.
I mean, Oh, do you have something that rolls volley with int?
Yeah, that's what it says. Defy danger also says int.
No,
so
you can swap that.
yeah.
It
I,
defaults
I,
to.
I
Oh,
have been
okay.
doing or volley with. I've done this before, but not trying to tee it up with Brack. But I've done it.
Right.
I've rolled with int in the past.
Um,
But that's fine. Whatever.
no,
I mean,
I'm trying to
int
see
is,
if you have a move that is giving you that. I don't. Yeah. I think it's the throw. Because you're. Yeah, I think it would be with Dex. Um.
yeah. It doesn't make sense for it to be int.
Well, you're really thinking about where you're going to throw it.
Right.
You have one of those.
I
What
can
when you
understand
like throw
defy
a
danger
grenade.
being int, but not volley. Volley seems very much.
Yeah, I mean, volley should be a Dex. I just
I
because
don't know,
sometimes
just
you have
calculating those angles of the throw and
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's
the
got like when you
geometry
throw
of
a
Circle in it.
the world.
yeah,
and
yeah,
the-
yeah. When you throw a grenade in a video game and it gives you the arc projection, that's what he's got.
Because sometimes there's moves that let you like you can do this move with this thing instead of the normal one. But I don't see any of things that are doing that. Yeah. So I think this is. I mean, volley or defy danger decks basically the same thing, but
So I'm okay. So am I
do-
volleying or am I defying?
let's do a defy
danger?
danger dex. We'll call it that. All right. That's a 5. And then Brack, go ahead and make your
Lands
roll.
right on Zahida.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
All right, so I'm gonna try to hit all 5, and I'm not gonna try to hit the bottle because the bottle missed. I assume the bottle's on the floor.
I don't know. Well, let's do your rolls and then we'll see. We'll see what happens here.
That would be what, -4 ammo.
Yeah. So you're trying to hit
3
the one that
minus 1.
Zahida has tackled to the floor here as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
Wow.
That's a
I'm
shot.
gonna get fucking. I'm gonna get fucking shot.
Shot and covered in acid.
And
the
covered
same
in
turn.
acid. It's gonna be great.
Shot me in the ass.
Shot me in the acid.
All right. That's a 9. Deal your damage and choose one.
I'll reduce my ammo by 1 more.
Okay. What do you? How many do you have?
I have 6, 7 more.
Okay. Did you do your did you get the plus from the beast strike for that?
Oh, probably not.
Okay.
Do I get a +2?
It's +1
I get a
forward
plus to damage.
to volley though, isn't it? You get the damage and
Oh.
the volley, right?
Oh yeah, yeah I do. You're right. So it would have been a 10.
So it would be a 10. Okay, great. I need to take a pee break real quick. And I can decide how this goes. We will be back in
Take my
just a second. So let's take a couple minutes here. Okay, we are back. Um. Okay. So here's what happens. So Iridia rolled mark the XP Iridia for the
I
fail
did.
there. Okay, great. And then Brack got a 10 on the volley. So what does that mean with the 10? So you don't have to do the extra ammo, right?
Right.
Okay, go ahead and roll your damage. And you get the plus whatever damage from the beast strike too, right? Okay,
4
so
damage.
4 damage total. And you hit all 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Iridia throws this this flask of acid, and I guess it would be Brack that would yell pull, not Iridia.
Pull.
uh, um, aiming for, yeah, up over the group so the Brack can shatter the thing. The aim, yeah. So one of the aim goes a little wide because one of the the Armada people in the back sees you start to sort of wind up with that Iridia, and throws where am I? There we are. Um throws an animantic kind of bolt of energy that sort of like they kind of like throw it up against the wall, and this sort of like bright uh, kind of flash. It almost looks like talons sort of like ripping through the side of the wall, and uh kind of like slash across your chest already as you're trying to throw this, so your throw gets sort of tipped off a little bit. Um and
They throw their own bottle of acid, and then both of them hit me.
So Iridia, okay, so you do have the Bone Ward gives +1 armor against magical attacks. So Iridia, you're gonna take 7 damage.
Oh,
That was a hit. Back to this, and the acid goes out, and Brack sees the sort of the arc of it kind of going a little wide, and so has the wherewithal not to hit it as it's flying directly above Zahida, tackled on the ground. And Zahida, there's an arrow that comes like flying like straight under like your arm as you're like tackling this guy, and hits the guy in like the animal head.
what's the
And
equivalent of Jesus Christ in this realm? That's what I yell out.
And with the way that the acid then flask like hits the wall and sort of like splashes um uh in a slightly sort of strange way, and the um one of the other ones in the back sort of use the opportunity to make a dive for the bracelet, um as and they see Brack shooting off these arrows at everyone, and they desperately are able to sort of like grab the bracelet. This is a human woman. She slaps the bracelet on her arm just as the last arrow is flying towards her, um, and you see the same thing I described, where she's sort of like jitters in this sort of unnatural way, and her, you can see her eyes sort of flash in some sort of strange way, and just as the arrow is about to strike her, you see this like almost like spur of like bone kind of like erupt from her side in a way that basically deflects the arrow, like just as it is about to hit her, and it goes clattering off to the wall, and you hear her like kind of shriek as that happens, as if she's not like entirely in control of that. But then starts kind of barreling forward, kind of screaming slightly unnaturally. And Ornn, I think you're the only one in this group that has not done anything, correct?
Correct.
What you doing?
Well, I was
I'm
gonna
chilling, buddy.
use defend to defend the bracelet, but I'm not doing that anymore. So thanks for that.
You're welcome.
So pivot. So you're saying mean human lady is running at us screaming, yes?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Well, that seems like the perfect opportunity for me then to scream back. I'm gonna use Ra 13, so I'm gonna mark
Holy
3
shit.
rage. And then is that all I can do, or can I hit her?
Yeah. Go. What is 3 rage mark you up to?
3 rage gives me D10 damage, terrifying, and gain on armor.
Okay. Great. Okay. Yeah, you wanna just go in at her?
Yeah, I'm gonna hit her.
All right, do it.
All right, that's just a regular hack and slash,
Hack
correct?
and slash. Woo. All right. Deal your damage to the enemy and avoid their attack. At your option, you may choose to deal 1+1d6 damage, but expose yourself to the enemy's attack. What is your choice?
At your option, you may choose to do 1+1d6, but expose yourself to an enemy. Yeah, you know what? Sure, I don't care. I'll expose myself.
Okay, so go ahead and roll you're up to D10 damage right now,
That's 5.
and then 1d6 extra damage.
Well, I'm sorry. How do you, it's R/R
/R D6.
What? I did that. Didn't work.
Oh,
/R
/R
space.
D6.
Yeah.
It has been a while.
1d6.
5. That's 10 damage.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Okay.
I bet she didn't like that very much.
Nope, she did not.
Never mind.
Okay, so doing that extra opens you up to her damage.
Do we have the link to the character stuff in our chat? I think we do, right?
Which character stuff?
Like our the rule book for like our abilities and stuff. Is that
Oh,
the thing we have somewhere?
that I don't know. Because we've taken some of this from kind of all over the place.
Okay.
And the place we
I
were getting
remember
a
it
lot
going
of
down.
the place we were getting a lot of stuff from
Yeah.
shut down. So it might be
Well, shoot.
Sure. Okay, and then okay, so you have how much armor right now? Ornn. You've got what
Bless you.
Bless you.
normally?
Thank you.
2 normally, and you get your +3 from the Constitution. Okay, so you've got 5. And then the magical. I guess I'm not entirely sure how that works, but okay. So Ornn, you're gonna take 4 damage. That's accounting for all your armor. So you go right in on this.
Is it magical?
Yeah, I was accounting for that.
Okay. Good deal.
For the extra there. Um okay, what did I say? 4? 4 damage?
Yes.
Did you take that? You added 4 instead of subtracting 4, I think. Okay. So you run in on this, and you can see the way she's moving towards you. Um, it's uh sort of the way someone moves when they're like limping, when they're like, parts of their bones aren't working properly the way they should be. But there's this really weird, like when you limp, you're limping because there's an amount of like uh weakness in part of your uh like half of your, like one leg is weaker than the other, and so you're favoring the one. This is sort of like, it's like that, but it's kind of the opposite, where it's like your one is like there's a weird kind of like scary power in the way that this is sort of limping towards you. And as you come crashing together, you sort of smash the shield straight into this thing, and you see um some of these bone spurs kind of like try to spurt out and try to help block again. And it some of it catches, but then your shield sort of like shatters through some of the rest of it, and this thing like screams as it tries to kind of claw back with like these sort of weird um bone shards towards you, and catches you. Zahida, what were you gonna hack and slash on this guy that you tackled as well?
It would be sure, yeah, if I can.
Was that, yeah, it was that. Just wanted to give you the follow through on that
Yeah.
as
Yeah, I
well.
can throw a. I guess. I mean, because I kind of already did. I'm your opponent on this guy. Yeah, I'm just gonna say. Let me just look at this real quick. Oh, okay, cool, neat. Sheesh.
You guys rolling hot.
Get 'em.
uh
I will expose myself to danger to get that extra d6.
all right.
So I'll do. Can I use my once my race thing once per battle? You may re-roll a single damage roll, either yours or someone else's.
Sure.
Okay, great. That's better.
Wow. All right.
Flash R 1d6 plus 2.
All right. So you and this is your spear thing. You're just trying to.
Yeah, or my the sharp point of my shield. Either one is
Okay.
fine.
Just trying um to just jam it
Whatever. Yeah.
straight into this. Um yeah, so I mean you see that coming down, and I think there's a part of the this Hawthorneborn's like response that they were expecting to be able to respond with like more power to you. Um
hmm
but you knocked that bracelet away from them, uh and so they, your attack is really aggressive, that you're opening yourself up to this potential retaliation. So they try and sort of make a swipe at you, but it just kind of clatters off your armor, um and you drive home, and this one is dead.
Oh. Okay. Shit.
Damn.
Okay.
Okay, let's jump over to Mathos. So what's going
If you
on?
want to finish the fight outside first, and then
Let's jump into
Mhm.
let's jump into you.
okay. I'm laying on the cot with my back to the door.
So you have the kind of initiative in what's going on here. So the two of them are going to come. I mean, their path is they're going to come try and burst in here. Uh, uh, clearly aiming to kill a chained, defenseless prisoner. Um, so at any point in there, you can choose to interrupt what they're doing and do something else.
Are they ranged killing me? Or are they coming up to kill me?
I mean they're coming up to kill you. I mean they would.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're not being quiet about it because they already know they're made.
Yeah, totally.
As soon as the first one gets to the bed, I stab him in the throat.
Okay.
Uh, it's a hack and slash.
I can slash.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Nice. Damn,
Lord.
dude. This is for the shit show that every other session has ever been. This is
Uh-huh.
the making up for that.
This is it. Okay. Roll that damage.
Roll that beautiful bean footage. Where is damage?
Below your hit points.
Are you choosing to do the extra d6 for exposing yourself, or are you just
Can I see what my first d6 is?
probably not.
Damn it. Do I get extra damage because it's such a surprise and I'm going for the throat?
Do you have a move that does that?
Um,
I know
Wait, yeah, you do. Do
I
you
mean,
have
I
a
have dirty
surprise move?
tricks.
Fawit I know has a bunch of stuff that's
Oh,
that kind of thing.
I thought someone did.
Oh yeah, what does that do?
I also have confounding blade.
Okay.
When I hack and slash on a hit, I create an advantage against your foe. Either you or an ally acting on it takes +1 forward.
Okay.
I think I will use that against him.
Yeah, keep that in your pocket.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Let's I'll take that extra 1d6 damage.
All right. Going for it.
Nice.
Wait, does my equipped weapon not give me a plus?
You mean your signature weapon?
No, that's not usually how the weapons work in this.
Okay.
Mostly the
Whoa,
yeah.
I can see you moving my character sheet.
Yeah, it is a little strange the way that Yeah. Oh, you do have a knife and a spring-loaded
Oh, that's definitely what I'm using on the first
yeah,
guy.
yeah. That's some good flavor right there.
Definitely what I'm using on that first guy.
So okay, you have 1 armor. Yeah, so you he comes in and I think is a little bit like I'm guessing you're trying to, play the appearance of a helpless prisoner as much as possible until it's too late. Um so you're sort of like rolled over on the cot or something, and he comes in, and does he say something? He probably says something.
Oh, please let me tell. Yes, he says something. He has to say something.
Halfway through, you just stab him.
Yeah, he comes in and what color is your hair?
It's like, I don't know, what color was the prisoner's hair?
That's not the question I asked.
I just like a brownish.
Yeah,
dark
I want to
brown.
say the yeah, okay. So it's the your hair ends up being actually very similar. So we'll pass it off. So I think he comes in the room, the two of them, and the one in the front, is say human man, and steps up and says, "Kolvar, you knew this was coming," and goes in to stab you, and you turn around and give a good spring-loaded knife into the kidney, and you
Kidney.
do a total of 7 damage.
And I say, and you didn't know this was coming.
A bitch on the end. Bitch.
And
You got little bitch on my knife.
and he
Oh.
yeah, and he gets enough of a sort of follow through in the slash that he gets 1 damage off of you, that is accounting for your armor, since you opened yourself up, and yeah, so that's how that's going, and then the other guy kind of comes in and starts bearing down at you. So now you've got these 2 guys. One had sort of like staggered back, and the other one is rolling in. What you doing?
Can I use my confounding blade +1 forward now?
Yes.
Cool.
How do you want to play that?
I'm gonna just press the guy that I just stabbed in the kidney, and
Okay.
just get him off the board right now.
Okay.
How do I do a +1 forward? Do I just set it on my character sheet and then roll? Does that
You add
automatically apply?
Oh,
you
you
add a
have.
1 to your attack, right?
That's probably why you had your extra. Yeah, so you actually have a +1 forward selected.
I just clicked on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that should add the extra.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. He's gonna die.
Yeah. Okay. So go ahead and deal your damage.
Maybe he's not. God damn it.
Sorry, I'd use my reroll for you if I hadn't already used it.
So yeah, so you go in after the other guy, pull your knife, and hit you hit him in the neck this time, drives down. The other guy um uh comes in to swing on you, and catches you in the sort of the back as you're going after the other guy. You will take 4 damage. Or sorry, 5 damage. My mistake. Calculating my.
Okay.
So you take 5 damage, and then just as he sort of follows through the swing, what is this? a you see his face. He sort of makes this weird noise, and you see his face and his neck sort of like the skin on it starts to like ripple a little bit, and then uh,
What is
uh,
wrong with these
just
people?
kind of like pops, and you see Kolvar come walking forward with his hands, having just been in some kind of animantic uh, form.
He just like popped his fucking head off.
And he popped that guy. Yep.
Oh, so are they both dead in here?
They're both dead.
I look at Kolvar, I nod, and then I walk out and get into the other fight. Come up behind the other guys and just start doing what I'll hidden blade them again.
Yeah, so let's so as you're sort of running back out into the room, as you hear things splashing and people roaring and all that kind of stuff. So what's okay, so what's going on in here? You've got Ornn tussled up with this this bone lady, who doesn't look great. And then you've got 3 others that are still up, who also don't look the best. And then you have the 5 others that had run off, in the other direction. Who's all doing what here?
Would you say that I'm covered in blood since I just killed this
Yeah, sure.
Hawthorne in one?
I
I
would
would
say that.
I would like to be bloodthirsty. I would like to get up and swing at one of these other ones, and I would like to do it while being bloodthirsty.
Okay, what does the bloodthirsty do?
If I fight without holding anything back, I can deal an extra
Oh,
1d8 if I hit
nice.
them.
Okay.
So I guess whichever one is
So you get
closest.
up. Who's next?
Yep. 10.
All right.
Avoid.
Are you
And
doing
avoid
the
their
extra
attack.
damage?
But yeah, I mean, yeah, why not? I'll expose my danger for another an
Sounds right.
extra. Let me roll I'm gonna roll the d10 first. Okay, a 5. And then I'll roll a 1d8. And then I will roll a 1d6.
So you yeah, so you come running up on one of these other ones. This is a barblish male in the back, that you just sort of like kind of roll through the first guy, as you pasted him to the floor, and this this barblish in the back, you come running straight
I
up
think
on that.
yeah, I think I don't even use my spear. I think I literally just I just punch him with my shield a couple times with those.
Yeah, and I mean, you completely pulverize this.
Yeah.
There's like next to nothing left of this. But they do manage to, Barblish they do have 4 arms. And they
Yeah.
manage to get a knife around, and just just sneak through one of the kind of the gaps in your armor, and will
Sure.
do 6 damage to you.
Okay. Got it.
So there are 2 of these left. Mathis, it sounds like you wanted to get on one of them.
Yeah, love to, because I don't know the other 5 disappeared.
Or sorry, there's
I'll
there's
shoot the other one.
Information.
two
Ooh, there you go.
and the Bone Boy.
Yeah, the weird one.
Okay. Go for it. Who's doing a thing?
Well, I want to jump on the back of the closest one and stab him with my hidden blade.
All right, let's go.
Okay, Assassin's Creed.
Yup. You hear the eagle claw and everything.
Yeah. You swan dive off the.
Holy
Oh my
Good
god.
Lord, you people!
Jesus.
That's just amazing. I think you just forgot to take off your +1 forward.
Nope, it's on normal.
You still have a +1 in there somewhere.
I don't. What am I getting +1 for?
I don't know. That's weird.
Is it
I
on
mean,
a
I'm
different?
getting my.
Oh,
it's set on the roll. It's Dex +1.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's 13 either way.
All right, go ahead and Ornn's making a volley.
I'm going to
Go ahead and roll that damage.
I'll put myself in danger again.
All right.
As
I didn't mean
well.
to do that. I wasted a good roll.
Okay.
Oof, the ones.
We in it.
So I think you're the only one who's rolled ones tonight. Oh, that's a lie.
Wait, I changed my
Brad
mind. I
rolled
did mean to
a
do
one.
that.
Okay. So Mathis, you jump in on this guy. One of the other ones here start just like stabbing at the neck. They start like flailing around, catch you with a spear. As they're doing that, you're gonna take 4 damage, and they drop. There's just blood shooting out of everywhere.
Can I Can I take my confounding blade off that since I hit, even though he died?
I don't think
Is it-
so because I think that's
Against that specific foe, I guess.
yeah.
That's annoying.
Okay, what did you mean to do, Ornn?
So you tell me. Maybe a little creativity here.
All right,
Well,
let's hear it.
I did it. I volleyed.
Yeah, take that good roll when you get it, AJ.
You
Attaboy.
you have
Aren't you
you
on
like
top
hand
of
axes?
someone else?
No, but I have a shield and I want to be Captain America.
There you go.
We're going for the flavor.
Yes.
I would like if I can, I would like to throw my shield through the arm that has the bracelet on it.
Oh.
Okay. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Okie dokie.
You guys and your sharp, pointy shields.
Get this man a shield.
I did 1 damage.
Nice.
Gonna do it.
Which was coincidentally the hit points of her arm.
It is piercing damage, by the way.
How much piercing?
It pierces. If they have armor, it negates the armor.
There's always specific piercing values.
It
Is that on your
says,
shield?
oh, I don't know. No, it was in my frenzy, in my fire thing. It says
Gain strength piercing.
Strength piercing.
Okay, so that's 3
Oh,
piercing.
so 3. So 4. 4 damage.
Well, piercing. So you're basically any damage you do will still go through armor and not be negated by armor.
Got it.
Makes sense.
Oh, because that is what their armor. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and being at a volley means they don't do anything back to you. So yeah, I think with the last bit of the move you did at the end of that is you sort of give them a sort of a push away from you from the force of your last blow, and they like sort of slide back, and as they're like sort of sliding back away from you, that you can see the uh bits of their feet sort of erupt more of these like bone spurs and sort of like a grip into the ground to stop them from like losing their balance or whatever. And just as they're sort of kind of regaining their composure, you chuck this shield full at them toward the arm, and yeah, and hit them in the arm, and does some more damage. She looks like real bad. She's like full on like screaming at this point, but is still kind of wild and not quite dead. Brack, you said you were aiming for the last one of the group here.
Yes. Hit a little +1 volley. That'll do.
Oh my lord.
We're loving this.
This is
Listen,
incredible.
you guys, this is the last time we're ever gonna roll this good. So enjoy it while we can.
Well, I can't roll damage for shit, so.
Yeah.
No, I
Oh
can't
my
either.
god. 2 more damage on that last guy.
Okay. So this is another
Okay,
arrow that
Scott will spider monkey himself over there in a second and finish him off.
catches them.
Hey,
Iridia.
Iridia might.
Yeah,
Iridia might kill somebody.
Iridia's got a.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or that guy's head might pop from the
Old
other
buddy.
guy.
Yeah.
Riddy's got a what?
You gotta move. There's one guy. Well, there's the bone
that
lady, and there's one other of these infiltrators. Both of them look pretty not great. What you got?
Smack him,
Fucking,
Iridia.
I really don't have any idea. I mean, if I can't, I mean, I'm not good at dex stuff. I can only get a +1 for that. So
You've always got your animancy.
yeah, I mean, but that's so. Yeah, I don't even
Yeah,
remember
that's
how that
intelligent
works.
stuff. Yeah, that's intelligence, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Rolling intelligence, yeah.
Do you have
Any
the?
attack at least. On a hit, do a 1d8. Maybe?
Yeah. So you should.
That's what mine
What are
says, at least.
your? Let me see.
I'm just gonna click this. I'm not actually doing it. I just want to see what it.
Yeah.
I forgot how Roll20 works. I hate that. You have to like look at the same
Oh
character
yeah.
sheet.
Sorry, I'll stop messing with
No,
yours.
you're fine.
Yeah, because I think you should have a, because that's you have your solve a problem animancy move in here. I don't see your. You should also have like a damage animancy roll.
Yeah, an attack one.
I've never seen that.
Dan, if you want to copy I have it in my character sheet. If you want to copy paste that into
Can I?
into Joe's. So he has the attack.
Yeah, I can't get in there to.
Okay, let me just do this real quick. Hold on, Joe. But is that what you want to do? Do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean, it's a
Well, you know
D8.
what?
That's not
No.
nothing.
Well, that's what I think. I don't know how to roll with any of these things. I've got all these cool. I mean, like. Iridia's not like. I mean, I think I use animancy, but that's not what you know. She likes to use the things she builds. She does have a magnetic propulsion rod that it is a close, forceful. You know, that's fine. I can roll this.
Okay. There you go. You should have that in there.
I'm
Okay.
rolling garbage tonight.
I mean, seven is not bad. Any chance you remember what your elements are?
No, no. I should. I don't. There's. Well, yeah. This is all your specific stuff. So there's probably no place that I would have wrote that down. I guess. I remember I was the owl. Was my creature.
Uh-huh.
It's my animancy spirit person.
Let me see. I might have that written down somewhere.
Oh, flesh and thought. I think. It's in the
Perfect.
I think it's in the details. So of the animancy.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
All right. So choose the element you wish to use, then 2 tags from that element's list. So you have flesh and thought that you can use.
Yeah.
So you can use 2 of the tags. I mean, if you're using flesh, you could use reach, so you could not have to get close.
Yeah, I
Too
think
close
I
to
like
them,
that, and then and then root. Can I root that? I mean, yeah, sure. That's what I'll do. I'll root them to the spot.
Well, yeah. So you'd be either using thought or flesh.
Oh, you can't use them both.
Yeah, correct. Not on the same thing.
Oh, well, then what's the point? Like
So
using
you have access to So I mean, reach and evasion is so you're not getting pulled into like melee with them.
Oh, okay. Well, sure. I'll use reach then.
Okay. Great. So then on a 7 you draw unwanted attention. Removes a non-range tag and you deal -1 damage. Wait. Is there a choose one in there? Is that what that's supposed to be?
In the effect?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. You put it together just now.
I know.
I would assume so. I bet you each one of these that start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that should be a choose one. So either unwanted attention, removing a tag and dealing -1 damage, or taking a -1 ongoing to int.
We're kind of at the end here. I'm just gonna take the -1 ongoing to int.
All right. Looking if anybody else has. Yes, it should be also choose one. Okay. So make sure you remember that because I'm probably not going to. So go ahead and roll your. It's a 1d8 for damage. That's a 4. All right. So they're dead. What does that look like? What's your flesh magic look like?
Yeah. So, who did I say was the bone lady?
Not the bone lady, I think. Unless you were going
So-
after the bone lady. I don't know.
No, it's fine. What does the other person look like?
The other person is a
They're humans, right?
female human. Some of them are, some of them aren't.
Yeah. She reaches out and you know, and who she was fighting somebody, right? The Mathos. Is that the one
Yeah,
Mathos
sure.
came up
She
on?
maybe
this
she
is the
was.
this is the only one who hasn't fought anybody yet.
Yeah, I so we'll say she was like turning to go at Mathos, who's probably the closest, or Zahida.
Yeah, I think Iridia doesn't really know what she's doing, and she kind of overplays it, and her skin just begins to peel off of her body, and like her flesh, the flesh on her legs and hands become weak, and like she kind of collapses into this kind of like goop of flesh, and then falls
Blech.
down.
Hold on, I have to
Yeah.
go throw up
You'll
now.
love to see it.
Yeah, and Iridia is actually kind of like, oh my god, what have I just done? Afterwards.
Okay, so at this point, the bone lady is just about dead. And I think she starts just like screaming and like shaking, um and starts to like kind of curl up a little bit, and um uh you see like bone things like start to protrude like more and more, like sort of spearing out of her from inside, and she's about to do something. I'll give somebody a
Does
shot
old
to
buddy?
try and
Yeah, I
Does
throw a knife.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does old buddy make any attacks? What's his fucking name? Cavos?
uh
What's his name?
Kolvar.
which Kolvar.
Yeah,
Kolvar.
Kolvar. Yeah.
Kolvar's still coming in from the other room, I guess.
Okay.
But um
Yeah, Mathos.
Uh,
Mathos.
I
I
throw a
mean,
knife. Hey, dog, how about you don't, huh?
AJ's closest.
yeah, I was gonna say I'm also frenzied, so I feel
oh,
like
fair.
Oh
Ornn's,
fuck yeah, let's
Rip,
do it.
Ornn's gonna
rip
be
the arm off.
yeah, Ornn's gonna be real mad at this point. He's
All right, let's get it.
blood in his eyes. I guess this would just be a hack and slash.
Yeah.
I wasted all my good rolls. I feel really nervous about this one. Woohoo!
9. Deal your damage to the enemy, and the enemy makes an attack against you. So go ahead and roll your damage.
Ooh,
Well, that'll do.
Nice.
maybe.
And then don't forget the piercing damage. Also, does terrifying do anything?
It's mostly flavor. But I mean, it can have effects.
Okay. And then the piercing was there as well. So
Okay, and let's see. Okay, so what does that look like? She's sort of like, you threw your shield at her.
so I don't have a weapon. So I think it's the old nugget, the old frenzied nugget. Time to rip some limbs, rip people in half.
Yeah, so I think as she's trying to, she's trying to sort of like curl up and like explode or something here. And you just run at her and just go to start ripping, and prevent her from like kind of like exploding these like bone shards all over everyone. And you like sort of, you know, rip her arm off, and just this like, as you do, this kind of explosive spray of like kind of bone shrapnel and shards just rather than sort of exploding towards everyone, just sort of like full force blows like straight into you. And you are going to take 9 damage.
Mhm.
But she is out.
No problem.
Dead?
She is dead.
Or
Yeah.
okay. Is that all
Um,
of them?
That's
Okay,
all
and
of these ones. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm actually only gonna take 3 damage because I healed 6 damage from killing her.
Aha. Okay.
Or
Ooh, nice.
Well, that's
Well,
that's
you.
fun.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yes, that's correct.
from Glad of War.
Yeah.
So that's it in this room.
That is it in this room. There are the Vanmer and the 4 others that ran off.
I don't
After
know
the
that.
others.
Yep.
Mathos,
I agree.
Mathos sits down,
Oh, are you really hurt?
breathing heavily.
There's a couple of you not doing so hot, huh?
Yeah, I mean, so I guess it's up to you, Dan. But
Mhm.
because I'm still frenzied, it's up to you if that ends, or because there were other people, if I stay frenzied. I do have in the details like leave the weak behind. So like if Mathos is just sitting down, because of the damage done to him,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a chance that Ornn would just run right after them. But
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in this version of Brack saying like, after them, and sort of running off to try and pick up the tracks again, and Ornn just barreling after them. And so the two of you at least are heading straight on to find the other ones, and Mathos and um
Does the guard come out?
yeah,
I don't.
the
He
guard
wasn't
and
in the battle, but does he
Kolvar.
come out?
Yeah.
Okay. You two, seeing if these two definitely run off, I'm like, okay, stay here and don't let the captain die. And then I would go after them. I wouldn't let them go by themselves.
Okay.
I groan and stand back up and fall.
Iridia?
Poor Iridia.
What?
She just melted somebody to the bone, and we're all like, yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah. Right. She's just staring at her hands, like, in shit, like kind of shell shocked at what she just did.
So are all of you kind of heading after then?
Yeah.
Make sure
Wait.
Bolvar either lock his ass back up, or we gotta bring him with us.
Is AJ still carrying the arm of the lady with the
He's using it as an
the
improvised
bracelet on it?
weapon.
I don't know. Is he?
Yeah, don't leave that bracelet behind either. That shit was weird.
well,
Pick
I
up
just,
your shield and wield the arm as a weapon.
I don't know. So I don't. This is up to like, what do I? Am I in control still?
I mean, you're not totally frenzied yet, are you?
No, I am. That's
Oh,
why.
you are frenzied.
Yes, that's why I
Um,
was saying you're kind of in charge here until you let me be in charge.
yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah. I think for this immediate moment, you're charging. Yeah, you're charging after.
Do I leave my shield, or am I picking that up and going?
Yeah. You got your shield.
Or is the arm my new weapon?
I mean, it can be both.
Fucking hysterical if it is. Like that's fucking funny as shit.
It's all made of stone spikes now.
Bone
Yeah.
spurs.
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting thing. Yeah. So you got the arm with the bracelet on it. You've got your shield and you're full tilt booking it.
That is incredible.
Okay, so what I mean, I guess maybe I'll pose this to Mathos. Like what are you doing with Kolvar?
So I'm gonna be the slowest one to probably get out of this room.
Yeah, you
because
and maybe
I'm
Iridia
pretty
as
hurt.
well.
So I look back at the guard and say, "Come with us." And I look at Kolvar and I said, "If you'd like, I'd like you to join us as well." And then I just start following them.
Yeah,
But
and
I'm not forcing him. I'm going with my gut here.
yeah, no, he does. He follows you. And I think as he's coming out and he sees Iridia staring at her hands, watching her, having seen her, flesh melt the one guy, I think he's like a very serious, like, kind of person. But I think he puts like half a hand on your shoulder, Iridia, and mutters something like, "You get used to it. Come on."
Yeah, she's drug along. She kind of she stumbles her way and then kind of shakes it off and.
Okay. Let's see. I want from either of the two of you in the so to speak front. I would like a straight up and down luck roll.
Luck.
So just a flat 2d6.
I mean, I have a feeling this might result in damage. Okay, you're doing it.
He said from both of us.
Oh, did you say? Both of
I
us?
said from one of you.
Oh. Well, AJ should roll then.
No, we're gonna we got to roll. We're gonna take it. Okay, so you're barreling after these things, and
Why would they break up? What else? What else could they be looking for?
One of them's in charge. Get the guy in charge out.
Well, but what would they even be coming down here for then? If they were just gonna, I mean, that's what I'm saying is like,
Well, they all came to
there
kill
must be
that guy, right?
Well, apparently
Yeah,
not.
but
If
then
four of them broke off and went to do something else.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. There must be something else down here that they're looking for, not just this guy.
Okay, so what happens here is you're barreling after these. Ornn, you are still deep in the throes of your frenzied rage here, and you can kind of smell the I don't know. But you you make some corners enough that you can see the people in front of you, because that all happened like kind of remarkably quickly, and so you got after them pretty quickly. You can see some flashes of light as they're being a little less sort of kind of discreet about where they're trying to head through here. And you eventually start to catch up with them. I think Ornn, you get out ahead of Brack. I mean, because there's a pretty extreme height differential. And so basically you get down this hallway, and at the Ornn is rushing full out ahead. Brack is a few steps behind him there. You've got the group in the back, which is the rest of you, the guard and Kolvar. And ahead of you, you see a doorway, and there is in that room, um, you see a sort of a dim green glow. And uh, as this group is running, the group in the back, um, you start to hear a bunch of uh, uh, noises around you as well, that sound like groups of other small groups of people like running, um, and uh, at a certain point behind you, you hear the noise of this kind of sort of ragged, um, like almost like sort of clicking, and a form begins to emerge out of the darkness of some hallways behind you. Um, uh, and I guess it depends on how many other people have been down here. I don't know. I guess Iridia from the back of the group, uh, seeing that green glow, you recognize the room ahead of you that they're about to run into as the mine grove. That green glow being from the creature. So that's kind of the situation of what's going on here. What are people doing?
Is are you so figures are coming out behind all of us, or are they between us now because they're behind like Brack and Orn?
Behind the group in the back. If we
Oh, okay, okay, got it. Okay. Well,
So, question. So, I don't. Do I know this room at all? I'm a little confused.
I don't think so. I think probably Iridia is the only one that's been here.
oh, Brack wasn't here.
No,
Not on
not
foot.
in person. Yeah.
Oh, oh, okay.
I
Would
mean, so
would
maybe there's enough recognition there for you, Brack. I don't know.
would I know what it is?
Uh,
Well, did Iridia tell us?
yes.
Yeah, yeah, she told us about this. Yeah, in the
Yeah.
meeting, so we would know what this is. In theory.
Well, it's just just a green room right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
Not
know.
a
Okay.
lot to go on.
It's not a lot to go on, but it's why? What are you thinking?
No, I just don't. I don't know what they're doing, but I don't think. I don't think Ornn would really care. He just thinks that he heard after them, and I think that was enough for Ornn to just be like, "Bad guys, gotta kill."
Mm.
So, I
I said,
guess he's
"Pick 'em, Ornn."
yeah. I guess Ornn is going in and attacking.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna change Brack's plan.
Yeah, because this is the soul of our ship, right?
Yeah.
So this is not a good place for them to be at all.
Not a good place for frenzied Ornn to be either. To be fair.
Okay. Well, let's start with that. Ornn, go ahead and roll some
Nice.
slack and slash. Okay.
7 damage.
Are you doing your extra damage?
Um, Yeah, I guess.
I think
I just
that
roll.
makes the
I
most
just roll a
sense.
d6. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna get hit regardless. So 9 damage total.
Okay.
There does does it look like there's a clear leader out of them, or is it just kind of they're all doing the same thing?
There's a leader
Vanmer's
for
at the
sure, yeah.
Vanmer's at the front. So yes. So what happens is you come up the back here and start swinging on the sort of the straggler.
Mm-hmm.
um yeah, okay. Um this. Okay. Sorry, just juggling some numbers here. So you have a total of 5 armor.
+1 if it's magical.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Me and my boys gonna mess you up.
I rolled a 1. I rolled a
I
1.
rolled a 1.
Fuck. My boys are otherwise engaged.
Okay. So yeah, so you kind of uh start swinging at the person in the back of this group. What does that what does that look like?
Uh, I I I would think Ornn is trying to get towards the front.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's more of like a shield bash and pushing out of the way. So maybe it's the damage between the push and like throwing them into a wall to
Okay.
get first person, the last person.
So the yeah, so you go for this push, and in your full rage state, you get that push, and man, they, like, what the weight of a person is like. This like barely feels like the weight of something that's a lot less than a person. You sort of give this push and out of the way, and they don't just like get pushed, off into the wall. They get like thrown into the wall and like splat onto the wall, and they crumple into a heap.
Ugh.
Um,
Ooh. Ooh.
um, uh, the 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 two the next two sort of people in front slow down enough to try and sort of get in your way a little bit more and to try and like slash at you. It's almost completely ineffective. After all the armor and stuff, you'll take 1 damage. Um,
Um, okay. So, um, I'll now be at 29 hit points then because of the Glad of War.
oh, because you
Healed
heal.
Oh,
from
because you
healing the
hit.
one, so I would
Uh-huh.
heal 9, and then I'd take the 1.
Yeah. Yep.
Nice.
Unstoppable force. Um, the so those are the two that are sort of trying to get in your way. Vanmer's at the front. He is getting to the threshold of that room. The next one right behind him uh slows uh slows down enough to uh slap a bracelet on their wrist. Um
I want to.
They don't just keep these things on? Or are
What's
these like different bracelets than like animancy bracelets?
these are different,
Like,
yes.
do they look like fucked up, or do they look like regular bracelets?
I mean, I don't think you've gotten a good look at it yet. You can't
They're
take a good look at the
flat
first
bracelets.
one because Ornn has it on a hand that he's swinging around.
Wielding it like a weapon. For sure.
Brack, what's up?
I want a called shot.
Oh, yeah, you do.
So let me. So yeah, as Ornn keeps running forward, I stop, take a shot, and come on.
Holy Lord.
Hell yeah. So I'm hitting what's his name at the front of the
Oh, you're going for Vanmer?
yeah,
Okay.
Vanmer at the front. And I want to hobble and make him drop anything he's holding.
Okay.
In addition to 5 damage.
Nice.
Okay. So okay, so what happens here is you see Vanmer trying to run across the get across the threshold into the room. And you can see his hand sort of winding up into some kind of like animatic spell. And so I'll give you the uh him dropping what he's holding is that he like as you catch him in like the good meat of the back of his thigh as he's running, he like his hand spasms and the like the spell like kind of fizzles basically. And yeah, and he stumbles down. The barblish man behind him, with you choosing to go for Vanmer, gets that bracelet on, and you immediately see this, where the first one was like sort of like staggery and sort of jittery. This one starts to it's almost like they sort of start to like uh like flow in weird ways. Like they're yeah, it's almost like the way that the uh the style of dancer that does like those weird like shoulder roll things that they look like their whole body is like kind of bendy and fluid. There's like there's strange
They're in the Cirque du Soleil.
yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
So there's weird elements of that's like sort of this weird kind of reflex that's going on as they get this bracelet on. So I guess Zahida, you were
Can I like make a discern realities? I kind of want to see like what the fuck are these people? What are they doing?
Mhm.
Like other than
Sure.
just attack, like obviously attacking us, but like why are they here? What the fuck is wrong with these bracelets?
Yeah.
Like what is happening?
Go for it.
One
One question.
What here is useful, valuable, makes really control what here is not what it. But I'm gonna say what is about to happen, and I know I was kind of interested in the bracelets, but I'm really more interested in what the fuck they're doing in
Mhm.
this. Like, what does it look like they're about to try to do in this room?
Yeah, totally. So, I think if you're taking the second to sort of pay attention to what they're doing, and the Brack and Ornn at the front are just like they're just going for it, and you're
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you're taking that second to be like, wait, what is going on here? And taking just that moment, you get enough of a sense of what you're doing, and you can, catch a glimpse of like the eyes of the people that have turned on Ornn to try and slow him down. The eyes of the Barblish man with the bracelet, as his eyes start to like sort of convulse in this this amount of pain and whatever. There's a surprising amount of desperation in what's going on here. In terms of, they clearly had a mission coming in here. They, were probably expecting some amount of resistance and to have to change their plans and to do, whatever. But they're sort of at the point where they're just like kind of throwing everything at the wall to try and hope something sticks. And noticing Vanmer like attempting to throw some kind of a spell into this chamber, it was clear that the first thing they were coming after was Kolvar.
Right,
Um,
right.
uh,
But that just a quick aside. Did Kolvar tell us why he was like spying? Like what his like mission was? Did he ever tell that to
No,
Mathos?
he's not given you any
Okay.
information yet
Okay.
at this
Got it.
point.
Got it.
um, so yeah, so there's this amount of desperation, and that Kolvar was their first objective. They were trying to get that accomplished, but now they're in this kind of desperation mode where they're just like basically trying to go out doing as much damage as they can.
Okay.
And
What do they know about this fucking?
I don't know. I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
it's
don't
yeah.
know
I
that
don't know
information
if
to answer that,
there's like a
but
way to figure
yeah,
this
yeah.
out or
No,
whatever,
no,
but
that's yeah,
it's
no, that's I only got the one, so
it's almost as if they uh yeah, I don't
like
think they necessarily know exactly what they're running into. They're just like
okay.
trying to
They're just they're whatever they find, they are attempting to everything is a nail to them.
correct.
Okay.
Um
Um
Also, what is about to happen here is uh the remnant is about to jump on your back flank here.
this weird shadow creature. I've never seen these, I don't
Mhm.
think. So there's
Wait,
some
there's
sort of weird
another thing here?
yeah, there's like it was like coming out of the wall or
Yeah, the
something.
thing coming up behind you. The group in the back.
I would since with knowing that, can I defend my group against it on the back end?
Sure. Yeah, and then you get a +1 forward by taking the acting on the answers.
Nice. Okay, so I get
Um
a +1 to this. Uh, okay, sure.
Woo!
There we go.
Hold 3.
Take that one off. As long as you just stand, yeah, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Have the attacks. So I get all 3 of those then. Okay.
Well, you get to basically you have 3 units of currency to spend. And you can spend
Oh.
1 unit of currency on any of those 3 things. So you could do so it's
So as long as I am
as
in
long as you're
defense
here
of something,
defending, correct.
got it.
You
Okay.
can, yeah.
Then
Yeah, so Mathos or Iridia, what are the 2 of you doing? And the guard and Kolvar are with you as well.
I'm going to throw a knife at the one that was trying to hit the button. Or whatever he
The
was
button?
doing over there.
The
The
what,
one
the
that
one who was casting
Chris
a spell?
hamstrung and knocked him
Oh,
down.
Oh,
the leader.
I don't know that I think you're uh too far away from that group, and you've got Ornn and Brack between you and them. Like you're kind of at the other end of the hallway, so to speak here.
Yeah, I turn around and I point at that fucking thing. Get behind me.
Oh, now that I'm aware that something's behind me, I'm gonna throw a knife at it as I jump out of the way or whatever. Because that seems like something fun. I don't know if it'll work with a shadow creature, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
A
I
roll.
mean, throwing a knife would be
Nice.
a volley, but
I mean, I can roll volley.
what was your actual
It's
roll?
gonna be the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I'll take your, because you're. Oh, it would be sort of dex.
It is
That's
the same
Literally
thing.
the same. Nice job.
not even possible. Okay. Go ahead and roll your damage. All right, 6. Okay.
Remnant's dead.
It's dead. You did it. The ship is saved.
You solved
Fuck
my
yeah.
remnant puzzle.
Iridia.
Yeah, can you give me so Brack and Ornn are at one end of the hall. Zahida, myself, Mathos, yeah, what was his
Kolvar,
name?
Guard and the other guy.
Kolvar and the
Yeah,
guard.
Colin guy, and then
Colon.
yeah, and then and then there's something coming up from behind us.
Yeah, you know this thing well.
Yeah,
This was
so
the
this
thing
is
that
the malevolent
Yes.
presence from the basement.
Correct.
Okay, or the bowels of the ship.
Basement.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
basement of the ship.
Okay, so I mean, I'm assuming it is. I mean, is it coming down the hallway as it like kind of like a gaseous green form, or like what is it? How is it presenting itself?
Yeah, that is a good question. I think it probably is coming down this hallway looking like Vanmer.
Okay, wait. So there's two Vanmers. There's a poltergeist Vanmer, and then the Vanmer that
That I just shot in the leg.
Yeah.
that you just shot in the leg. That dropped.
So
Yeah.
oh, they're body snatchers, dude. They can pretend to be other people.
Some doppelgangers.
But is there a clear like it's obvious like it's like shadowy and shit?
It,
Like
yeah, it is.
okay. Okay, well
Okay.
that's good at least. Shit.
Halo's about to not trust anyone for the rest
No
of the
one,
episode.
literally no one, dude.
They're a mimic.
They're a mimic. that's my line, man. It's a mimic.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna attack it with animancy, and I'm going to invoke the thought root tag.
Okay.
In doing so.
So doing the thought one, thought is innately has to be innately slow. So you can do that knowing that basically to get it off, you're gonna take a hit. But Zahida is here with her shield up, trying to
Correct. Defend.
yeah.
Okay.
Does the
Stop
give me
that
the
smoke.
plus- You could open the attacker up to an ally, giving the ally a +1 forward. Do you think you need the +1, or would you rather have me have the attack on you?
Oh, have the
Because you're
attack.
kind
on
of
me.
weak. Yeah,
I mean,
you're kinda weak.
you can do both if you want, because you've got 3 hold.
If I can spend 2 points now
Sure.
if I'd like.
Yep.
Okay, I'll do that then. I will have the damage against him, and I will give him a +1, so you can add a +1 to your animancy attack.
Okay.
Okay. God damn it! One second. All right.
So long. 8. Did you add the +1 to that? Oh no, so it's a 9, but that doesn't make a difference. Okay, so choose one. Oh wait, you should have a -1 because you took the -1 to int, but you have the
So it's
+1,
the
so
same.
it's still an
So
8.
it's just an 8. Yeah.
So you can so you can't choose the -1 ongoing again. So you can do.
Wait, so we haven't had a minute or so between.
No, you've been
chasing
running
the-
down a hallway.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
All
you
right.
can either draw unlimited attention or put someone in a spot, or the GM removes one non-range tag of their choice and you deal -1 damage.
Okay, so putting someone in a spot, that means I put someone else in danger?
Um, yeah, I mean, it's you draw unwanted attention or put someone in a spot, so you're giving me a little leeway, to do some things.
I'm gonna take that one.
Okay.
If he gets an attack against him, I will have the damage.
Yes.
If-
Having the damage.
Also a +1 if it's magical.
Yes. Yeah. So Yeah. Okay. So here's what goes on in this group. So this sort of spectral, shadowy Kolvar, or not Kolvar, Vanmer, comes rushing toward you. Iridia takes the second to sort of, kind of step back and sort of wind up her animantic attack here. And just as this form gets to the group of you, Zahida is like sort of stepping up and throwing her shield in front. And you chose Root was your, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to stop it from advancing.
Yeah. Okay, so what happens is it gets up and basically like hits it like hits Zahida's shield and kind of hits it like it's all of a sudden like made of like water, and just sort of like splashes over it, or like, smoke or something, and then your spell sort of flies off, and hits it as it's sort of like kind of recoalescing uh um around you, and it has sort of formed this um uh this kind of half, um like half coalesced form. Like you can see it like the upper half of it has like sort of reshaped into this form, I think of you, Iridia, and is like sort of bearing down from above you, and it just sort of gets stuck there as it like sort of then is half dissolved into this thing of smoke and sort of on the edge. So it's like you've almost like frozen it, sort of mid, uh kind of like splashy lunge, in a way. um and that was your 3 damage.
Yep.
Okay, so it's um okay, and so it does do damage to you still. um but it's sort of like the uh little bits of the edges of the smoke sort of like curl off the shield and sort of fly towards you, and you can feel them. Any of the bits that touch you are like freezing cold. Um, and you will take 3 damage. As just like the edges of this sort of are lapping at you. And Zahida, what do you think this bone ward thing like feels like?
Wait,
That's a
is that
that's a good
is it 3
question.
damage or halved?
The 3 damage is the half. It was going to be a big hit. It's halved and minus armor, so your sum gross total is 3 damage.
You know what I think it kind of looks like? I think it like comes and goes, but it's like the bones of like a bear skull like coming out of like her shield or like from her bracelets or something,
Uh-huh.
and like snapping, like, like it's like eating the magic. Like it's like trying to,
Yeah.
swipe away the attacks and stuff like that. So anytime it works on somebody, it kind of like moves around the room anytime a magic attack is made against
Yeah, so I think
somebody.
the bit of that you get here is you can feel it, um the eating of that like sort of energy is like getting good purchase, even as you feel like bits of that coldness like seep straight through your shield. Like it doesn't hurt you, but uh basically that you're
It could it could hurt me.
yeah, that it's this kind of magical defense that is what is uh that is doing you good here. All right, what's going on up at the front with Bracken Ornn?
Ornn's still fighting his way to the front, to the first guy.
Okay. Are
Are there
you
4 still up?
so there are sort of 2 sort of regular people. There's the other bracelet one, and then Vanmer at the front.
Okay. All right.
So
Hmm.
what's yeah, I mean, are you trying to like push through, or are you trying to
Yes, I'm trying to push through to Fammer.
okay.
Yeah.
I want to say then that this is a like a defy danger constitution, probably.
I mean, Constitution or Strength, whichever.
Yeah, because those are both the same. I mean, then that comes down to more the sort of the flavor of it, like what you feel like, because strength would be you just really sort of uh trying to be like, I guess, a little more careful about like directing your strength, whereas constitution is more like you're just sort of bracing yourself for the hits.
Yeah, I feel like it's more Strength because he doesn't care if he's getting hit.
Mm-hmm.
He only cares about hitting others right now. I think he's just pushing them away,
Yeah.
just to the front. So I guess I'll. So you said Defy Danger?
Defy danger strength, yeah.
8.
Okay. So you're pushing through. You get I mean, you get past the first 2, because these 2 are, they're like paper to you at this point. You kind of part through them like a wave, that you're a force of nature at this point. And yeah, so I think the option I'm giving you here is, what does this look like? Basically, I think you can you can get a hit on Vanmer if you're just really kind of straining for it. But you're gonna take like the full brunt of an attack uh from this other braceleted person. And I am I'm gonna say that uh your con armor is still good. But I'm gonna say you're sort of pushing through so that your back is to this person. Uh so that your sort of your regular 2 armor is not going to count for that. So you can either sort of like basically stop and deal with the like sort of brace against that hit, um uh or you can get in and get a hit on Vanmer.
I'm gonna go for the hit.
Okay. Let's yeah, go ahead and make that hack and slash. Okay. Are you
Would that be a secondary hit from him as well?
Yes, that is what that would be. Yep.
Or no, I'll just take the 1 then.
Okay.
Just take the 1 hit. Let's see if maybe we can get a 12 here. 11 will do.
Oh shit.
We are pasting these guys tonight.
Yeah. Okay, so
First time in gaming history.
yeah, right. Here's how this goes. Let me
Don't fuck with us on our own ship.
Yeah, jeez. Clear.
It likes us.
Okay, so yeah, so you're reaching for the shot with your shield here.
Okay.
Or is it with the
that was a
or
that
is
was
it
a
with
question.
the arm?
No, it's I would say this is with the bone arm.
Okay. Cool. So
When Ornn killed a guy with another guy's arm.
Killing a man with another man.
So I think for you in your sort of frenzied state, this kind of happens in slow-mo. Because when your adrenaline sort of pushes you so hard, it's that thing where you feel like you're you're operating like almost out of time. So uh you swing this arm down as you're sort of basically running past this barbush man with that's sort of doing this weird sort of flowy jitter, um and you sacrifice the positioning of your armor, of your shield, to bring down this bony arm as hard as you possibly can onto Vanmer. And you can see at the last second, as he's tripped up, he sort of looks up in your direction. And you can see his hands desperately trying to move as quick as he possibly can. And you see his the shape of his body just kind of like collapse into uh this smaller form, and you can see like uh wings start to erupt from it. His spirit,
Oh no.
his beast animal is a hawk. And so this sort of last desperate gambit he's trying to play is to make this move of immense power that I think you've only seen once before, to actually transform yourself into your uh, your soul beast, and it's making that move, and this arm just comes down and just shreds straight through this sort of uh, form, and the spurs of bone just go flying everywhere. The form of this uh hawk that's like attempting to coalesce just gets torn, and it's like uh half pieces of him as a human, and half pieces of him as this hawk just get like tattered like ribbons across the floor. The bracelet that was on that arm, as it gets torn up, just goes clattering across the floor. And then from behind you, uh, you felt that you were this, force of nature, uh, but then from behind you, you feel uh, like it's like a wave from a river sort of coming through, uh and and pushing something out of the way, and then a wave from the ocean comes crashing in and just hits you from the side and sends you sort of crashing um into the wall on the side. And you will take um 9 damage, as uh this force kind of uh there is almost this sense of like a uh splash erupting against you, as this barblish man just like sort of forces all 4 of his palms just sort of like straight into you, and you can feel this like wave uh pushing, that throws you against the wall. So there you go.
Sweet.
Um. Okay. Brack. There's still two of
Mhm.
these up here. And
Yeah.
the bracelet boy.
I'm gonna go for a blot out the sun on the 2 non-bracelet boys.
Okay.
I don't really want to draw his attention to me
The old regular
Her-
regulars.
currently. Let me mark down 1 ammo. Give myself my forward volley. That's great.
Lord. This is unbelievable.
This is unbelievable. Damage. My damage is unbelievable, man. 5. 5 to both.
These. Your arrows catch him good. They're not dead. um. So the the bracelet boy goes to move, continues to move towards Ornn, who's been crumpled against the wall. The 2 of these turn towards you, Brack, and move in your direction. And the group in the back, there's a moment of a pause as this thing has been sort of rooted here, and as it takes that moment, I think um Kolvar from in the group. I guess I really need to decide what he is, don't
Time for you to step up, Kolvar.
I? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so the yeah, so you have this sort of smoke form that's kind of hung in the air above Iridia and around Zahida's shield, um and the um as it takes that half of a moment, you see Kolvar, the guard, like, has a spear and tries to, like, uh take some sort of stabs into it. It's like, sees his, like, attempted hero moment, and he's, like, yelling and um trying to go for it, and uh yeah, and Kolvar, his you see his hands kind of flash in these animatic um patterns or whatever, and and all of a sudden there's this clap uh of like light and sound that emits, and just sort of like kind of blasts out from him, and you see it sort of like uh, almost like sort of flash, like as if it's like kind of burning the smoke away a little bit, in a way that sort of like uh, kind of like shatters it back, and you hear as it was like sort of held in place and then shoved with this force. You can see it sort of the smoke kind of like bursts, and you hear this sort of ragged shriek, and the 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 forms of this, you can see just sort of like little slivers of it, just sort of like snake away back down other sections of the hallway, as if it's like, a rope being pulled back to somewhere else. um, but it's been kind of chased off.
Oh,
um,
I was gonna say, if it doesn't leave or dies, could I use my last point of defense to deal damage to it?
sure, you can deal damage on the way out.
Sure.
What is that?
It's just 6. It deal damage to the attacker equal to your level, so 6 points, I guess.
Okay. Cool. So
Shield smash it
then
as it leaves.
take that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so was there anybody in that group that had Mathos?
Mm-hmm.
Uh what are you doing as that happens?
Well, if that thing's gone,
Hmm.
I suppose I go get in the other fight.
All right.
I'm just gonna hack and slash the closest one I can get to
Okay, you're gonna
over
Get it.
these people.
get in there.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous.
This is fucking awesome. I'm also gonna hold my confounding blade on that as well.
Okay. Um Okay, great. Yeah. What are you doing with your what you have like a rapier or something?
Yeah, my rapier.
Going at it.
Go up and just wail on the
As
closest
they're
person out of frustration.
as they're trying to get in towards Brack, you just come out, come running around him, and just start wailing, and you drop that guy, and yeah.
That one counts as mine.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay, so we've got the just one of these left, and then the other bracelet boy. Who's
I'll finish off the other one.
who's up? Go for it.
Last one. All right, my first decision.
Your life is so hard.
I'll reduce my ammo.
Okay.
5 again.
All right.
That's 10 total.
So you see this one is running at you as Mathos has sort of like plastered this other one on the ground. This other one just keeps running at you. And you can see they're in like full like we're not getting out of here alive mode. And so you you throw one arrow, hits him in the shoulder, and he just keeps on running. And the next arrow hits him through the eye, and he's down.
Yikes!
Jeepers.
Jeepers! Is that all of them?
Bracelet boy is still left.
Oh, okay.
Okay, my turn.
The-
Yes.
What you got?
ocean
Yeah.
is still alive.
All right. I can't really do much besides just hack and slash.
All right.
Hack and slash.
Oh,
First
Oh,
miss of the night.
We
Mark
did it.
take that
XP.
XP-do.
Does happen.
it does happen. It's because I wasted one good one earlier.
You needed just one more.
Is Iridia still up?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
at the
Iridia
back
can still go, right?
back of the group.
Animance that bitch, or I will throw my spear.
Flesh from his bones.
Peel his flesh from his bones.
Heal his flesh.
Yeah, rip him apart.
He punched the highlights out of her hair.
Yeah. I really
All right. So hold on.
want to do something cool with the things I made. I have this magnetic.
Hold on one second.
Oh.
Okay, you have what armor?
Me?
Yeah.
I have a 1.
Sorry, Ornn. Ornn, you are going to take 11 points of damage.
Oof.
As you sort of get up off the ground and try to take your bone arm is no longer in existence. So you're just like sort of going and trying to swing your shield at this thing. Yeah.
Oh, yep. I'm with you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna. So I know you failed your roll here, but I'm gonna ask your permission to do this. because I want to make sure that this is an interesting thing. So you you've done a lot of like really interesting like character work in the past like couple sessions. Um and I what I would like to propose is that your shield as a uh sort of a symbol of um your past basically, and sort of all the things that are tied up with that, um here is shattered.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, you the boss.
um that's not like stepping over a line.
Can we say that the shield shatters, but the turtle crest is still like in one piece?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay.
um okay, so you go and you know, try and take this shot with your shield, and uh you hit this force, and uh I think you hit this barblish man in the chest, and you expect to see uh you know, blood just like erupt from the strength of this hit, as you're, you know, like you're in full frenzy mode here, and you know that you're gonna collapse his, you know, chest or whatever. um the the blood, there is blood that comes out, but it doesn't come out the way you expect it to. It has like an amount of animation to it, um in a way that it's not just like splashing out, and you see like almost like turn into like tendrils that grab onto your shield, and you can hear the wood of it start to groan, um and it shatters, and the 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 tendrils of this like blood out of this creature just like rip streaks up your arm, and you are in excruciating pain. um yeah, and that's what happens, and the turtle head of it, this metal turtle head, just like clatters. uh no, you know what, the turtle head is still like stuck in this creature's like chest, but it's intact. It's the wood and the everything, the shield that shatters.
Okay.
Iridia, you got something?
Yeah, the um what was his name again? Vesemir von Mar, something like that.
Vanmer's
Lawnmower?
Vanmer's dead.
Okay, so it's the creature that just attacked Ornn.
Correct.
Is the only thing that's up. Okay, and I mean it's the same one that I already like tried to route to the spot, right?
No,
No, it's
that
the
thing's gone.
animated guy.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna
Bracelet.
do
Bracelet guy.
I'm gonna do a reach on this. Wait, what the fuck didn't that roll? There we go. I'm gonna do a reach. So it doesn't.
Okay.
So I don't die.
Mm-hmm. You
And it
just
looks
your
like I was successful.
reach evasion again.
What's that?
Yeah, because you get two. So you want to do the reach evasion again?
Yeah. So any time that I take an attack, uh, do they have a chance to come back at me? Essentially.
If you, yeah, so if you roll a 10 or above, you deal your damage without getting hit. 7 and 9, you deal your damage, they deal their damage, and then a 6,
Mm-hmm.
you don't get to deal any damage, and they do their stuff. So here on an 11, you just get to deal your damage. I mean, it's stuff would be different with that, with with some of the animancy and the tags and that kind of stuff. But that's generally
Gotcha.
the way that a damage thing works. So go ahead and roll your damage.
It's still the same, right?
1d8.
Damn.
Cool.
No gun.
Okay. Okay. What does that look like?
Apparently, I just blow raspberries at them. I don't know.
Really good raspberries, though.
Yeah, I think Iridia kind of like, she takes her arm that has the animancy bracelet on it and kind of like, fingers pointing towards the ceiling, kind of makes this like cupping motion, and as she does, um, these kinds of like, you can kind of see like the moisture out of the air kind of gets like moved into these like crystals that harden, and they get longer and longer until they turn almost needlish. And then she takes her other arm and she just kind of like swipes it in front of or like, yeah, like right in front of it with of the hand that has the animancy bracelet, and they go fucking rocketing into this creature.
Cool. And that's 2 damage. Okay.
Does it take it down?
It does not. Who else has some opportunity here?
I would like to throw my spear at it.
All right.
I'm going to move to get the shot, placing you in danger. Take what you can get. Well, I don't have ammo, so I will move. I will place myself in danger to get this shot.
Okay. Um.
So I don't know. I guess I move in front of Ornn so that if it like goes to retaliate, I maybe take the hit instead
Yeah. Okay.
and toss my.
All right. Go ahead and deal that damage.
Ugh, yuck.
Okay. Um.
Can I only see my health, or can I see other people's health as well?
Everybody's tokens are out here on the map, so you should be able to see everybody's. Right?
I only see mine.
Yeah, at least I think because we can't control each other's tokens, we can't
Oh,
see everyone.
interesting.
Gotcha.
Okay, so yeah, so you throw the spear, and I think you yeah, I think it there's a part of it where it's I think it turns its attention to you as you sort of like step forward at the front of this sort of group in the back, and just huck that spear, and it sort of turns towards you and starts barreling down on you, almost as if it's like it's feels like it's defeated Ornn. um
Yeah, seeing
and
Ornn take a big hit like that was probably like, oh shit, we need to get we need to get that thing away from them.
yeah.
Does its do the bracelets present their power in the same way? Like, does this one look like the bone spur one, like as far as like this guy having the bracelet on, do they look Like similar in power?
Yes, the bracelets, the two bracelets. I mean, as far as you can tell, without getting a super good look at it, are
Mhm.
look basically identical, or at least very similar.
Yeah.
But they're both of these bracelets are kind of bestowing like an immense amount of
Right.
power to these
Interesting.
people.
But it also
It's
looks like it's fucking them up, right?
yes, that is correct.
Okay.
So
Probably not
there's
something we should play around with then. Yeah, that's fine. I place myself in danger to.
okay. So so it's coming at you now,
Okay,
basically.
it's fine.
All right. Who else?
Can I shoot it now?
Sure.
All right. I'm gonna go. I'll go for a called shot again
Okay.
since it's not focused on me. Hell yeah.
Damn.
I'm going to uh trip it and deal the ignore armor. So I assume it's bone spurred up now, right?
This isn't the bone one. The bone one was a different one.
Oh, but it is okay, so it is different than that one.
Correct.
Okay. Well then I'll just deal extra damage.
Okay.
So damage. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Damage. So 3, and then 1, 2, 4.
So that's a total of what?
7, 8.
8 damage. All right. How does this thing drop?
Dang it. I was tripping it, not killing it.
Okay. Well, it trips first.
Um,
And then it falls,
Trip
and
so hard it falls onto the arrow.
well, you trip
Honestly-
it. You hit it in the leg or something, and it trips, and you can see. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm taking this over. I'm not giving you any. You
I had
can.
an idea.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's hear it. How about you say your idea,
Okay.
and then I'll say mine. We'll vote on whose is
Okay.
better.
Okay. So, I mean, Brack and Ornn were down this hallway, and I'm kind of picturing this spear coming and hitting it, and it turning to look at Zahida, and as it turns to run at her, it runs just like right past Brack, and Brack has just enough time to line up a shot right into the back of its head.
Mhm.
And so it's running flat out at Zahida, mouth agape, ready to attack. And then all of a sudden just boom, heels over forward with an arrow sticking out of the back of its skull.
Yeah. I think the arrow, the arrow comes hits it in the back of the head, and you see this similar sort of like like spray of blood come out the back of its head and just start like kind of flapping around like it's a flag behind it as it's running. And it sort of it's the flowiness of its leg movements start like twitching a little bit, and it sort of collapses forward, and the as it falls, the spear and the turtle head get like pushed the rest of the way through.
Ugh,
I'm so
um
Yeah.
glad you did that. I wanted to do that so bad. I'm so glad you did that.
and sort of like all of that combined, as it collapses, you see the sort of tendrils of blood just sort of like twitching and convulsing, and then falling into actual like pools of blood.
We did it.
Amazingly. Like,
We solved your murder puzzle.
you solved my murder puzzle, and nothing even you successfully. I think Mathos.
Any other night, that fight would have probably killed, like knocked a couple of us down because
Yeah,
we
for
just
sure.
happened to roll really well.
Yeah.
The first fight Brax ever made it through without getting the shit kicked out of him.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, I think Mathos being back with Kolvar, I think you, especially you being the one that was like talking to him about like, we can protect you kind of a thing. You can trust us. There's an amount of like like a look. I don't even think he even says anything, but like the look in his eye, like that he was like, I didn't believe you, but you were right.
Loyalty
We're all just
plus
fucking.
one.
Ornn and I are covered in blood. Like, Iridia's
like
afraid of
nothing has
her own
happened.
power. Yeah.
I just stare back at him, knowing what he's saying without saying anything, and then I sit the fuck down.
Yeah.
I retrieve my spear,
Mm-hmm.
and for good measure, I cut the bracelet off of. Like, I just hack through the arm real quick, so that it's just in case it has some sort of, I don't know, reviving powers or something.
Yeah. Oh wait. Oh, maybe that's really cool. So
No,
maybe the
it's
no. Sorry, not cool that way. So maybe the like those blood tendril things are like all like they were flapping, and then they just like sort of freeze in place, and then when you cut the
Disgusting.
bracelet off, then it all like sort of drops back into like actual pools of blood. I think that's a neat.
I say, no one put the bracelets on. No one
So
put these on.
getting a look at them, what you see is they look like these sort of like kind of chunky, like almost like from far away, it looks like these sort of like chunky kind of like braided like metallic-ish bracelets. But getting a closer look at them, when you saw them kind of writhe a little bit as they went on, you understand that a little bit more, because these are yeah, and I think you can
Are
see
they like alive or
an
something?
amount of movement to them.
Ugh.
It's not really like really alive necessarily. But basically these bracelets are the shapes of Quill, as if they were like
No way.
wrapped into a like a bracelet form.
I say this out loud. I'm like, this is why they've been capturing people with Quill. And then I look at the when I say this theory out loud, I look at what's his face to just see the expression on his face when I say this out loud, and to see if there's any like if he seems like surprise, if like if there's recognition, if he like, it doesn't matter what it is, I want to see the expression on his face when I say that out loud. I was like, this shit looks like the Quill. Is that why they're taking these people to turn them into this, whatever the fuck this is?
I think the initial expression you see on his face is something that is it's like dark and kind of like distasteful in a way. And he looks at it and he says, I was never privy to the exact details of the experiments. but it's her.
Fucking
She's the
ew.
one doing all this.
Okay, no pronoun games. Who's her?
I have to find her name.
Does she look like me?
I think he takes a second and is taken aback by that, and then nods.
Great. I say they're like without so that the guard and him maybe don't really get it, but that everyone else would. I'm like, she's from where I'm from.
I want to say that Fawit, yeah, Fawit did mention. I have a note of this.
Yeah.
Fawit mentioned that they to Kolvar that y'all weren't from Alardan.
Oh, okay. So he probably. Well, I still probably because
I mean, yeah, he wouldn't necessarily understand
guard is
fully,
there,
but
so, yeah.
but yeah.
I was like, she's one of us. Well, not one of us, but you know what I mean. to the rest of the group.
One of us.
She's one of us
We
if we were really big assholes.
We love her.
Yeah. If we were huge assholes, that's who she is.
Yeah.
The bracelets. Okay, he doesn't know anything, but maybe our quill, like, I don't know. Maybe there's something that could be done for the bracelets. I don't want to touch them barehanded, so I probably like take like a I don't know, like a piece of cloth and like wrap them in it and like tie it tight so that nobody has to touch them skin to skin. But I don't know that we should. I don't know. I think we should have somebody look at them. Like I don't think we should just immediately destroy them. But don't put these on.
Yeah. Her name is Yena.
Yena. Okay. Does that ring any bells for me? Do I know who that is?
No, I don't think you would know
Okay.
that.
Out of character, is there a reason that we're keeping this guy alive at this point?
Kolvar?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, so
He's our turncoat.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, because he was an Armada spy, and Fawit and Mathos had been interrogating him, and had been trying to, basically he said that he would be willing to, kind of turn if you could prove that you could keep him safe, more or less.
Is which one of you was the one who met the soul of the ship? Was that Iridia?
Iridia.
Iridia, would you like to just poke your head in the room real quick and see if everything is in order?
Yeah, sure.
Just to make sure that they didn't actually get in there and like fucking I don't know murder the soul of our ship or some shit.
Yeah, Iridia pokes her head in. Computer, give me the status.
Yeah, computer enhance.
Zoom enhance.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, everything's all good in there.
Does it ask how are you?
Is it
I
equally
mean,
as concerned about our well-being?
Do you come in and address it, Iridia?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I had a pleasant conversation with it.
Yeah, you do. I think you had said that you came back and had many pleasant conversations with it. But yeah.
You all good? You need some water or anything?
Yeah, in fact, no. I introduced the rest of the group to.
Ah, wow.
The Mind Grove.
Introductions.
Yeah. Essentially, hey, this is, these are my friends. These are the, you can trust them, except for that guy. And then I point to the,
Turncoat.
Yeah, turncoat guy. Can't remember any of these
he's
names.
with us.
Still don't trust him. You never trust a turncoat. And
Yeah,
but the rest of
Ornn's
these guys,
definitely like first opportunity to kill. That's probably gonna happen.
yeah, just when
I
nobody's
owe him
looking.
my life.
Oh, okay.
Well, we'll erase that debt for you. So, anyways,
Can't owe a dead man in your life.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I just say, hey, these are my friends, and they will be.
We own you now.
No, we hope that this relationship will be, um, symbiotic.
Mm-hmm.
It,
Well, I
does
mean,
it?
in your initial conversations with it, Joe, you specifically said to it that you wanted to like let it have its own like free will, basically.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Like, that's why I'm, just kind of reassuring that, yes, I can say things, but
Mhm.
we all have our own free will, but you can trust these people as well.
Does it?
And we wouldn't do anything to harm you. Yeah.
Does it have a name, or does it just call itself the
I think it did have
Horizons?
a name, right?
It calls itself, to you at least, Iridia, it called itself the Horizons of Infinite Correlation. It's
Yeah.
the ship.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think it sort of and it's this big thing, I think it says like the size of a cart, like like the size of a rhinoceros or something. Like it's a big thing that's like made out of like stone, and there's like little bits of metal grafted into the insides of it, and sort of like woody things kind of growing around it in places. And it's got this long tail with this uh, green light on it, and this sort of kind of snoutish face, and it sort of wanders over to all of you at the entrance of the door, and looks over you, and uh, you don't hear anything audibly from it. Instead, in your mind, you kind of feel uh, this kind of strange like warmness at first, and then all of you individually, in your mind hear, "I am thankful for your protection."
Right. I throw up.
And see.
I'm still sitting on the ground bleeding.
Yeah, man. A couple of you did. Yeah. You and Ornn probably took the most hits, right?
Yeah, Mathos, Ornn, Iridia, all of you guys were yeah.
Iridia was really looking for that sweet, sweet death, and it didn't come today.
Sweet embrace of death.
I think Iridia and Ornn are gonna be friends.
Oh man. All right. Well, hey,
Ornn's
that's
gonna need more therapy after tonight.
Oh,
okay. Let's do
I'm just gonna write this in the so that I remember that I did that.
good. Let's do end of session all together. How fun.
How fun. What fun.
The funnest.
Oh, we didn't even look at bonds and stuff. And alignments and all that good stuff. When you reach the end of a session, choose one of your bonds that you feel is resolved, i.e., completely explored, no longer relevant, or otherwise. Ask the player the character you have the bond with if they agree. If they do, mark XP and write a new bond with whomever you wish. Anybody have any bonds they want to resolve? change?
I had a bond with Zahida from the air balloon or something.
Oh my god, that was
Oh, from the ship
forever
fight?
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it says respectable warrior. She shows great courage and proved herself in battle. I can trust her to protect others. I think that Ornn is now in a spot where he is no longer protecting with defense, but protecting with offense, and sees Zahida as somebody that is protecting with both, but more sees her as someone protecting with defense now. And I feel like that bond is he has that complete trust in her to you can do that, and now Ornn doesn't feel like he needs to anymore.
So he's
Oh
like,
shit, especially with your broken shield.
oh yeah. That you're kind of like that you're not the only one kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's that's I feel like that's what it was. It's I'm not the only one. I don't have to be. And now I think that it's completely resolved. I don't think that there's a question in his mind anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Yeah.
a hitting stuff boy now.
So are you
Preach.
changing that into something else with Zahida, or are you
I don't I,
doing a new one with somebody else, or
I don't think there's a need for that anymore, right? Like if that's done, I don't know what I don't know. I don't know.
because I mean, usually the resolving of the bonds is kind of marking a change in the relationship, or in the way you're seeing each other.
Rack, you bitch. You could pick another one with someone, or it could be like I don't yeah.
Use
I
the
I
defense
agree. I
to my
think it's
offense.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say if you were gonna pick another one with Zahida.
Hmm. I don't know. I thought it just when you meant resolve, like I'm done with it because I feel like
It's
every
it's more like I think it's more like the relationship like changes
Mm-hmm.
then, or like your opinion of
oh well, I guess it hasn't changed then at all.
Okay. You don't think there's some kind of like deepening of understanding or anything like that in there,
Yeah,
or
if there were questions before, there isn't now, but it doesn't really change the wording on the page.
I mean,
maybe it's more like it changes for you because now you have to be the you know charge forward. Like I have to if I'm defense, you're big offense kind of thing, or something like that.
yeah. I mean, I can see what you're saying. I could I could see an argument for either way.
I just added to it.
Okay.
Uh, I just added to the end of it. I can trust her to protect others, and instead of just ending it there, I said with defense while I protect others with offense.
Okay. Okay. So go ahead and take the XP for that. Anybody else?
Hmm.
I don't
None
think I
for
have
me.
anything. Yeah, I think mine are all the same as well.
Okay. All right. So once bonds have been updated, look at your alignment. If you fulfilled that alignment at least once this session, mark XP.
I think I would argue I did.
What you
I
got?
definitely did.
Using trickery to help people when the law can't. I
Oh,
definitely
sure.
tricked those
Yeah.
people into thinking that the guy was still in the jail cell
Yep,
and then
yep.
murdered him.
Absolutely.
Knifed him in the neck.
I'll buy that. Zahida, you said? Oh yeah,
I
totally.
mean,
Yep.
it's the easiest one.
Who else? Brack?
Hans refused to give up despite rejection or disaster.
Because you didn't have any rejection or disaster because you fucking aced all your rolls.
That's yeah. I mean, it was pretty disastrous that I only rolled like ones for most of my damage.
And
kept rolling them anyway.
kept shooting people.
And that one time I yelled after him.
Yeah, I mean,
was
if there's anything I could
that's
be
the
convinced
only-
of, it was you being the first one to immediately jump back in and say, like, we got to keep after this.
My bond with Brack says I'm gonna, you take well to a leadership role. I'm gonna encourage you to be like first mate or something. So you're right on there, buddy.
There you go.
I mean, I'll take the experience if you guys want
Yeah,
to take the
yeah.
experience.
Go ahead and take it. Iridia and Ornn.
No, I did not. Avoid a conflict or diffuse a tense situation.
Definitely did not avoid a conflict.
Yeah, endanger yourself to protect someone
Yep.
than you. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Then answer these 3 questions as a group. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
Yes.
Nope.
Easiest yes. 'Cause the fucking-
what did we learn, everybody?
that there's some
They got-
Hanaline bitch making fucking bracelets out of fucking lizards, and that the cartographer fucking threat is gonna be huge, and also that the Armada is apparently fucking bold enough to come onto our ship and destroy our stuff and kill our prisoners.
Well, they try it anyway.
My stuff? Well, we don't know what they did outside.
Yeah, in the market. I mean,
Oh,
they
yeah.
tried to set.
The ship's burning down, by the way, now.
That was just a distraction.
Right.
It's fine. Rickless has got it handled.
Fawit and Rickless.
And
Rickless and
Fawit. I
took
trust
care of
Fawit
that
to
right
kill.
away.
I trust Fawit to kill everyone in her path.
That was done before we killed anyone. That whole
Yeah.
situation was over.
Yeah, she murdered 20 people while we were fucking around down here.
Oh, Lord.
So most of them were bad guys.
All right, take an XP for that. Did we overcome a notable monster or enemy?
Yup.
Yup.
Yeah, we did. We don't always do
We
that,
did.
but we did.
Several even.
Did
And
we
we-
loot a memorable treasure?
Bracelets.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you that.
When do you level up your level plus how
Plus
much?
7.
7.
Plus 7. Okay.
Got a long ways to go.
Yeah.
All right.
What
I'm
level is it?
leveling up.
Wait, what? Are you
What are
really?
you guys at?
I'm at level 6 and my XP is at 7.
Mine.
I'm at 6
I'm
and
also
my XP's
6.
at 16.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ!
You guys have no idea how many fucking rolls I missed out in the wild, okay?
I'm at level 7, XP 7.
Yeah, I
God
think
damn.
the wild people had maybe like an extra session or something. So
I think we had 2 extra sessions.
2 extra sessions in terms of like strict session count.
I don't know. I'm at level 5 and I have 7 XP.
You got it. You can do it.
I haven't added another
Poor
item
child.
in 4 levels though, so I have to figure that out, Dan. At some point, and do
Yeah.
that.
Should do that.
Well, we don't have the. What was that thing? The
The
I
trove.
don't even. Yeah, the trove. We don't
Yeah.
have the trove anymore.
Yeah.
For
So we'll
what?
have to find the
Woo!
rule book somewhere.
For
Well, but a lot of this was like other people's
So-
homebrewed stuff anyway that we were all
Yeah, this
hacking
one does-
together. So
This I can't find my thing anymore. Like it's just gone. I have to use something different.
yeah, so we'll have to figure something out. But
Well, Dan, you'll have to tell us what system. You'll have to get us some new systems or something.
well,
Yeah,
there's
shut up,
there's
it's fine.
there's an SRD out there for all of Dungeon World. So you can pull stuff from that.
Perfect. I don't have to worry about it now. I'm a level 6 and I have 6 XP, so not on my radar just yet.
Yeah. And we also have is it in the Animancy handout? I mean, technically I have you can look for a room on the ship instead of leveling up, or when you level up instead of a move. And I have some Animancy.
Yeah, and there's some Animancy stuff as well. That's
some
right.
special
That's right.
moves.
Yeah,
because
because I was gonna.
that's where
That's
Bone Lord
right.
came
'Cause
from.
yes, and I was gonna take bone armor next
Bone
because that's
armor!
level 6 dude. Okay, got it. Yeah, for sure.
And Beast Strike is also from there. So yeah, there's some pretty broken stuff in there.
I gotta look at the Animancy stuff. I don't even know where to begin.
You grew real big one time. Or tried to.
I did?
Does someone have shapeshifter? That's so cool. Is that a thing you can?
Where is that?
It says require. Oh, you have. Okay, got it. Yeah, you have to take it first before you can take. Got it. Neat. Those are cool.
Level 2 to 5 moves.
Yeah, there's level 2 to 5 moves, and then there's level 6 to 10 moves.
Oh, I'm looking at these 6 to 10 moves. Oh, but I got like cast spells and stuff. I don't do that.
Yeah, I mean some of them are, some of them aren't. Okay, anyway, yeah, that should do it. Now that we're 5.5 hours in, I'm very glad that we did get to round this out though, because I was worried that we weren't going to get through all this while we had everybody here. So I'm glad we did. So from here, we do have the anchor game to finish. But from here, now we're gonna move towards Marshall's Cloak, and we'll probably sort of start splitting back up into smaller groups and doing little things like that again, doing little missions or whatnot, so we can. Yeah, I'll think through some things and see what's on the table. If people have ideas of stuff like, hey, I want to go do this thing. Once we get there, we can do that. Entertain some of those ideas. So, but we'll get there when we get there. All right. Hey, this was fun.
Great.
We did the thing. Good job, everybody.
We sure did.
How do I do this again? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah.